it from me on the diagnosis, you go and present the case in the court, and if there is any issue, you come back to me. Why are you doing this? This is my report. I would be answerable to the court. So he went and said, it is not my report, it is by Department of Audiology and Speech Language Pathology. They issued the summons and we went to the court. That's how the process started. And today at NIMAS, at department level, we don't entertain any summons which comes through neurology or neurosurgery. We outrightly reject it. Only if it comes in my name or in the department name, we take it. And if a neurologist comes back asking for hearing disability percentage, we refuse to give them. If we have done the evaluation, you would just say the surgery part of it or the traumatic injuries, etc., etc. When it comes to hearing, it is something we will handle. You say that in the court. So we now have a very strict order of how things has to be represented in the court. And specifically coming down to audiology, what are the issues what you face? One is predominantly disability certification, which I think most of us have been seeing it. Disability certification is one for monetary benefits. The second could be for job purposes, employment purposes, or it could be for compensation, especially post RTA for monetary compensation, insurance, etc., etc. So disability certification is the primary factor for which generally people come to you. The second one is fitness for employment. I show you in the last slide what is the impact which we have created at NIMAS over the past 2.5 years. Generally, when you go for ISRO, DRDO or police department, they require you to have a medical fitness, right? So hearing was part of it, and earlier they used to just screen, the ENTs used to write based on the screening report normal hearing. But now we have made sure that patient has to undergo detailed evaluation, and it is the audiologist who will certify that he is fit hearing, as his hearing is normal or he is fit for job based on his auditory. Post-treatment complications, this is something which you all have to remember, because most of the neurosurgery hospitals, they ask you for pre-surgical evaluation, right? Pre-surgical evaluation is generally to have an established hearing threshold to prove themselves if there is a complication, or if the patient tomorrow claims that he developed a hearing impairment post-surgery, for the doctors to make sure that they are not prosecuted or they are not crossed because of medical negligence. This pre-surgical evaluation is done. Lastly, hearing aid. Frankly speaking, my knowledge with hearing aid is close to zero with respect to medical legal case, but what I have heard from my friends or some of my colleagues who have been working in that particular area is hearing aid still not pursued as a medical legal case. But of course, yes, you have been asked to represent yourself or present yourself at the consumer courts, which is not really a medical legal case but a legal case. And the device as such, what I have heard is, because there is no objective way, I mean we can say, but the court does not accept it, the dealers have been able to persuade the judges saying that it is at the individual level, or it is more of a subjective perceived improvement in the hearing aids, and they have almost lost all the cases in the consumer court. No patient has won it in the consumer court as far as some of my friends know. Okay, but it's not the first-hand information from my side. So hearing aid as such is still not under medical legal case. Disability certification, fitness for employment, pre-surgical evaluation or pre-treatment, chemotherapy, radiation, all those things comes under medical legal cases. What are expected in the court once you go to the court? I mean, it is not a fairy tale like movie that you can go and just start giving lectures there. I have done ABR, I have done 1000 ABRs. He's a judge, he will make sure you will mop that entire court for 3 days. Take my words. They are capable of going to that extent. Okay, so you cannot go and don't expect the movie style of court and all those things. You will have to wait outside for 1.5 hours. You will be asked to sit on the bench for the next 1.5 hours, and hardly he will speak to you for 15 minutes. For that 15 minutes you have to spend the entire half day. So what you have to be is, you have to justify your report. And one thing what you have to remember, you cannot carry your reports. I don't know how many of you know this. Though you have a copy, though you take backup, that is all for your safety purposes or for your knowledge to make sure you know what exactly the patient is. But actually speaking, when you go to the court, when you are inside that witness hall or in front of the judge, you cannot take out any report. And I was almost in the verge of being sent to jail for a day because I took out my mobile. It was my first case. I asked Dr. Arvind to send the report because there were some issues. And I told judge I have it in my phone and I showed, and the lawyer asked me, do you know what is the punishment for this? So he said 1 day in jail. So you cannot take out your phones, you cannot see the reports which you have got, you cannot submit any fresh reports there, because you can just add something whatever you want. Rather they would present you a report which the person who is accused has submitted it to the court. You will have to read the report, you will have to justify the report. First they'll ask you to authorize whether the signature is yours. They'll ask you for a valid RCA number, they'll ask you for KMC number, Karnataka Medical Registration if you have. In case if you don't have, then you have to say I am registered on RCA, it is a statutory body, give your RCA number, validate your signature, validate your handwriting, and validate the diagnosis you have done. So you have to be very sure about what you write in a medical legal case. You cannot go stand there and just try reading, maybe my student has written, the intern has written, I don't know what she has written, maybe he had ear discharge at that time. You cannot give ifs and buts in the court when you are standing in the witness hall. Okay? Justify the diagnosis. As I said, you will have to be very particular about what diagnosis you have written. You will be given a minute or two. You cannot speak stories there. You cannot say low frequency 250 to 2K had conductive hearing loss, 2K to 4K had mixed hearing loss, 8K had sensory component. Overall, it looks like there is oscular chain discontinuity. You cannot lecture the judge there. You have to give a one-line diagnosis and use your intelligence, use your knowledge and experience to give the diagnosis. Be prepared to cross-examine. Definitely the lawyers on the other side will cross-examine you. He will start asking all nonsense questions and you will have to, don't get agitated. All these things I did in my first case, and the lawyer was courteous enough to teach me, don't do this in your next case. Don't get agitated. He will say this is not your signature. This is not, you have not tested him, you have written a false report, he did not have hearing loss, you have taken money from him and you have written hearing loss. So all these things, they will question you to just to make you agitated in front of the judge and try to prove you wrong. Okay? Stay updated on the records of the patient. So make sure you have a first-hand information about the patients. Now, these are some of the points to remember. One is never reject a summon in front of the So never reject a summon from the court. It's contempt of the court. Never say no to accept, even if you don't want to attend, that is fine. But still you will have to accept the summons and make alternate arrangements. Know your RCA number, behave well in the court, determines a lot. I am telling you, it really determines the outcome. You should know how to behave in front of the judge. Be confident and courageous. Your confidence really determines the outcome. If you start stumbling there, if you start speaking nonsense, or if you start blabbering something, the cross section or the cross examiner will have all the rights and he will definitely make sure that, and they are experts in that, they will make sure that you will speak some stupidity and finally they will turn the case in their favor. Keep necessary documents handy. Okay? And lastly, just preparedness, after this I'll just show you 2 or 3 cases which we had experienced. It is not mandatory to describe all the tests. They don't expect you to have knowledge on all the tests. For example, maybe ABR, what is OE, what is TIM. This is what we have been taught in the colleges. That's why I'm stressing on that. When you go to the judge or when you go to a lawyer, you can't say there is middle ear pressure, we are giving tympanometry, my tympanometry measures acoustic reflex. Acoustic reflex can be related to the threshold. All those things you cannot speak there. You have 1 minute time and you cannot summarize your speech and hearing in that 1 minute. So you should know what you are going to speak to them or what exactly you want to say. Just pick the most important crux of that audiogram. Just be very specific to that and make sure that there should be 1 or 2 points based on which the entire case should be in your favor, rather than speaking about all the tests what you have done. So they are not bothered, so you also should be least bothered. Don't bother about all the tests. Objective test of course builds confidence in you, but that doesn't guarantee anything. It is again what you speak, how you present. So the court is always about how you present. The medical legal case is just how you present the case. An RTA patient who has died, the neurosurgeon can present it in multiple ways, right? The patient died because of maybe excessive bleeding, or you can say because there was damage to the brainstem, etc., etc. So finally it is what they describe. Similarly, you should know how to describe the report, and your report carries a lot of weightage. Don't underestimate an audiogram. Your audiogram can fetch someone a job, make someone lose a job, get someone compensation for rest of his life, right? So your audiogram has so much of value. We have been underestimating that because we are underrepresenting ourselves at the national medical legal level. Okay, these are some of the conditions where we have gone. One is TBI, traumatic brain injury, aging, congenital hearing loss, and ANS. These are just few examples where we generally frequently go for the course. Okay, so that's very brief. That's the keynote address about what medical legal cases are, or how you should handle, or what are the important points you should remember. Now, I just have 3 or 4 cases which are very interesting, which I thought I'll share with you all. So this was the case, first case. Okay, this girl was pursuing her MBBS study, and she was in the final year of MBBS. And they had a family dispute, and her uncle, father's brother, wrote to the KE, Karnataka Examination Authority, telling this girl has normal hearing, however she has got a MBBS seat under the hearing disability quota. So the patient was referred to us, the candidate came to Nimans, we did the PTA, in between multiple things happened. She came, she did not come, she went to another person, she tried to influence through the director, etc., etc. So finally one fine day, if you are strict and if you are particular about how you want things to be done, they will fall in line. So one fine day she landed at the department, and she showed, on PTA she showed moderate hearing loss. Hearing aids, she was using hearing aids. She thought we were just idiots, that we will not even take out the hearing aids and see. She had hearing aids without batteries, and ABR clear peaks till 30 dB MHL, and we issued the report saying bilateral hearing sensitivity in normal limits. Now what happened next? We got summons from the court because they had gone to the court, and her father is an ENT surgeon. I will not name him because most of you might know who is from Bangalore. He was a famous ENT surgeon, and he was HOD of one of the government hospitals at that point of time. And he went to the court telling that when I got my daughter admitted for MBBS, she had hearing loss, and I have a report for that. And after that, I treated her. Post-treatment, now maybe she might show normal hearing, but that doesn't say that she can be disqualified. How do you handle this issue now? So I was issued the summons because I was the one who did the evaluation. The cross-examination started, and they asked me all these questions. They said it is not your signature, you are purposefully doing it, etc., etc. That is very common. We answered everything. Finally, the judge came to this, and judge asked me, like, now the father is claiming that he treated her. If he treated her and if she has recovered, she can have normal hearing. What is wrong in that? How do you answer that? We went back. I told the judge, sir, in that case you will have to redefine the disability criteria itself. It says a non-treatable hearing loss. One. Second thing, her father claimed right in front of me in the court, telling I used vasodilators and sensory nerve hearing loss can recover using vasodilators. So I took the permission from the judge, and I asked the ENT surgeon, how many sensory nerve hearing loss have you treated? You should have published the data. If you have treated 100 of patients who have sensory nerve hearing loss and they have recovered as you claim, it's a study by itself which can go to Nature journal, which no one has done or no one has reported until now. So you should have published the data, or you at least present the data. Maybe we can see the 2 audiograms and we can just compare, and maybe a third expert can come and give you the opinion on that. Based on all these arguments, finally the case went against her, but they took a humanitarian ground because the girl started claiming that I did not know I was admitted under medical disability quota. My father has done it without my knowledge. So they pushed it on her father. Father took the burn, and she was allowed or permitted to write the MBBS exam, but she was debarred from taking a PG exam for next 10 years. But the father was thrown away from the job. He had to resign from the government job. There was an inquiry committee. We had to go and we had to face the inquiry committee along with the father. All his pension benefits, everything was put on hold and he was dismissed from the service. And once our job is done, the court case is still on, but I am not sure about what is the outcome with respect to the father. But with respect to the girl, it was very clear decision that she can write the exam, but she will not be allowed to pursue PG for next 10 years. So this is how. So they start claiming, now if you did not have presence of your mind to know that a disability is a non-treatable hearing loss, that day I would have lost this battle. They would have won this battle. Had I not defended myself. So your presence of mind, your knowledge about what definition is, or your knowledge about what exactly they are trying to ask, or very precise answer. You don't get 1 hour to explain this. You will get hardly 5 minutes or 10 minutes, max to max 10 minutes to defend this. Okay? Now, this was the second case. Okay? One of the patients who was admitted in emergency at NIMAS. Post-evaluation, she was suspected to have a hearing impairment. The patient was referred from the neurosurgery department for further evaluation. And she or he, I am not sure, had filed a case for monetary compensation from the person. It's a case RTC bus, in fact. So the summons were issued. We had issued an audiogram. And the patient had, she was a genuine patient. Post RTA, the patient had one side with profound hearing loss, one side she had normal hearing. Now she had asked for a compensation. So when we went to the court said yes, she has hearing loss. I agree. We are not, unlike the previous case, here they did not contest my report. Everyone agreed. The cross-examiner agreed, the lawyer agreed, the judge, everyone agreed, saying that yes, the patient does have hearing loss. But my specific question is to you, is it life-threatening? Is the unilateral hearing loss life-threatening? Will it affect her in any ways? She is able to speak to me, she is conversing to me, she is being cross-examined, she is very much normal, people are living with one kidney. What is it? How do you answer? How do you equate it to physical disability? So they were trying to tell it really is not a disability, and they already had first-hand information that disability is bilateral, the better ear should have 60% loss. So they knew the criteria, everything. The only way I could defend for this girl was it will affect her quality of life. So I had to demonstrate by speaking on her left side, speaking on her right side. I asked the the lawyer to speak on her left side, the person to speak on the right side. Then an interesting fact happened. They said, what else will affect her? Then I told her driving, her day-to-day activities, everything. They told me demonstrate how it will affect her driving. And we took her outside, we asked her to take the bike, and we got two small horns, and one from left side, one from right side. Maybe they all felt it is an exaggerated way of doing it, but I did not have any other way. But on doing all these things and proving that her quality of life will be compromised, the judge accepted that she can have a compensation. And what is the tune of compensation? Again, they'll have again next hearings and whatever it is. But he told me that we accept your report and we will definitely give her a compensation. This was one of the most recent case, very interesting case. It was a case of forgery which involved me and Dr. Arvind. The patient came to us one fine day, one patient by name XXX, he came to me claiming that he has hearing loss. I did the evaluation and we found that the patient has no hearing loss at all. Patient had zero hearing loss. We issued a report saying normal hearing. Fine. It was done. Next day, another patient came. The patient came on Dr. Arvind's OPD with the same name, same address, but age is different. But they had an Aadhaar card. I don't know from where they got that person. Till now I'm trying to find out. I'm not able to get the answer for that. They got another person, they got him registered, and he had profound hearing loss. The blunder here was by the office staff at my department, who presumed that it is the same patient, and they retained the previous day's registration number, which worked 10 times in the patient's favor. And Dr. Arvind evaluated and he found that the patient has profound hearing loss. He sent the patient. After that, almost 1 week later, I think this is all over. After this, almost a month later, we got a call from engineering office, 1 year, maybe almost 6 months later, saying that someone has raised an objection that this particular person is not hearing impaired. And when they sent the report, we saw that the photo is of the person whom I tested, but the report is of the person whom Dr. Arvind tested. Just because we generally work in coordination or we generally keep discussing cases every other day, we happen to discuss that I saw this Edunandan, he saw Edunandan, he saw Asha, etc. etc. So we came across this common name and we went, we digged out both the reports. We got the reports from Victoria, whatever he has submitted. The person whom I tested has removed the photograph. They have swapped the photographs and they have retained the photograph of a normal hearing person with the profound hearing loss report. They have submitted it to Victoria Hospital. They have got a disability certificate, got a UDID card done, and he got a chief engineer's job at Department of Engineering, Karnataka government. And when this came up, we had to go back. This what all this happened. Okay. When summons were issued, that is when we came to know this exactly the swapping has happened. And we asked, and there are multiple things, I am not going to, it took almost 4 months to convince the engineering section that you depute one person from your office, we will evaluate him in your presence. They came, we evaluated, patient had normal hearing, we issued the normal hearing reports also. Finally, there was an inquiry committee to throw him out of the job. And that inquiry committee had 3 judges, 2 lawyers to represent him, 1 lawyer to represent the government, the chief engineer, and it was almost a panel of 10 to 12 people. And when I went inside, I was grilled as if I did some mistake for 4.5 hours. You will not believe, for 4.5 hours. And the person's representative keeps asking that same thing with the first patient. Maybe he had a hearing loss at that point of time, which he doesn't have now. Right? Or you have taken money from this patient here, but they are not ready to accept that he has forged the photographs because you are not supposed to present your reports. Right? So guess what could have happened inside the courtroom? How do you convince the judges? See, the judges are also asking, he might have had conductive hearing loss. They don't define conductive hearing loss as such. He might have had hearing loss at that point of time. Maybe he has treated himself. So again, you have to bring back the disability formula. You have to give an example saying that if you have an eye infection, will you issue a certificate saying he is visually impaired, etc. etc. Finally, I proved that they have forged the reports. I had to write to the judges and they agreed to present the reports which we had originally tested at NIMAS. We presented all the reports, everything. Finally, he was removed from the job. Okay, but it is not as easy as I am presenting it, especially facing around 10 to 15 people, high profile people. The way they speak to you, the tone they use, the language they use, the way they try to scare you or the way they try to project themselves as superiors than you is to the next level. I think I'll skip some of you, maybe we can see later, it's getting late. This is the last case, okay? This is something which we work very closely with the Department of Forensic Psychiatry. We changed a person's life with this particular report. He was a convict for murder, okay? He was almost in the jail, he was in prison for the past 6 years. The psychiatrists at NIMAS generally visit all the jails in and around Bangalore for mental health program. And while doing that particular mental health program, it was brought to their notice that one particular patient, he is not speaking to anyone, he is a convict, even in the court he did not answer anyone. Probably you people should look at him. And they assessed him and they put a query psychosis and they wanted for further detailed evaluation and workup. So he was brought to NIMAS and he was admitted at NIMAS. Even after psychiatric intervention, the patient was literally not responding to anything. Whatever commands they gave or the patient was not at all, it's not cooperative, but he was not at all convincing for them that he is a pure psychiatric patient. He was referred to the department, we evaluated, and there is a department of forensic psychiatry. We closely work with forensic psychiatry with all prisoners, everything, whoever is brought. And on examination, he was found to have profound hearing loss. Okay? What happened next is something which we ourselves couldn't believe. Once we started establishing a rapport with him, he started communicating with us. For the past 7 to 8 years, he had not even used sign language communication. But of course, the psychiatric treatment also made a lot of changes in him. But we were able to establish a rapport with him. We called him for 2 sessions, 3 sessions. He slowly started using sign language. Then we had an interview with we had a meeting with the police and the psychiatry department. Then they said, why don't we dig up some more history about his this act, murder, anything, whatever is there on paper is all something, a guesswork. Probably he could have done that, or probably he might have done that. And in the court, because he did not defend himself, he has been convicted. Once we started speaking to him, once we started establishing communication with him, he was a good artist, which we never knew. So then we called one person from mental health education to create that murder scene with the help of forensic psychiatry, and we started interacting. He was literally able to give sequence by sequence what happened, and it is not he who did it. And once this information was passed on to the police, they called us, they asked, we are going to investigate this further, but one of you have to own the responsibility. So the Department of Speech Pathology and Audiology, with my name, we took up the responsibility that please go ahead. If there is anything coming out of it, we will come and represent him in the court. Finally, when they went in that direction and when they investigated, they found the real murderer, and he was released from the prison. He had served almost 6 years in prison for he was acquitted. He had served 6 years of jail term for something which he had not done. So that is the level of change you can bring if you are ready to take up the responsibility. So as I told in the beginning, around 43 people have been removed from permanent job at the Department of Survey in Government of Karnataka because of our intervention. More than 200 people who applied under hearing disability under KPTCL have been disqualified from the jobs, and KPTCL has gone one step ahead, and they have a licensing officer with Department of Speech Pathology and Audiology, where they, before the recruitment, they come to us, they speak to us, we have a scrutiny done, and we do the evaluation in slots, and they come and collect the reports, and we have an interaction with their selection committee, and only on our approval a hearing disabled person is taken. And more than 100 people who had hearing loss, fake saying had normal hearing from the Karnataka Police Service were disqualified. With all these things, you can just imagine the threat what we undergo day in and day out, but that doesn't stop us from doing our job. I have seen people standing in my parking and waiting for me to come out of the department at 6:30, 7 o'clock in the evening. And so these things are part and parcel. If you are ready to face the challenges, things will be more adventurous, it will be more fascinating, it's entirely a different field. And as I said in the beginning, I am not an expert. This is not something which I presented earlier, but this is purely based on my experience over the past 5-6 years. I have had more than 40 to 45 court hearings. Some of them have been very straightforward, some of them challenging. I have represented only few. And there are some more which is very interesting, but I can't share that information because of some confidentiality in that. This is something very general which I can share. So, and right now there are 2 cases in the court which I would be going in the month of December. One is a child whom we have diagnosed as ANSD. She is sexually abused by her uncle, and this is a child who is child Lala. She is almost 15 years old, congenital IDD with hearing impairment, has been sexually abused by her father. Okay, she is almost 14 to 15 years, she is 13 years old. Both the cases, I already had 2 hearings. I will be going for the subsequent hearing, but I am finding a lot of, I don't know how to convince the judges, I don't know how to convince the lawyers, I am not able to describe what is ANSD, I am not able to really tell them how to differentiate and congenital IDD, hearing impairment. So there are some challenges. We are working in team. I have child psychiatrists in my team, I have forensic psychiatrists, I have one child neurologist, but as a team we are just trying to denote this. So finally, the last advice would be photo test all the reports, whichever you suspect they have a hearing impairment. Okay, just make sure you attest a photo and seal the photo. Still, in spite of that they will do, but at least you can reduce it by 50%. So make sure you attest all the photos. Keep a backup copy. You cannot present it in the court. It is for your reference. Get it signed from the patient. Just write received originals and get it signed. Do not succumb to the pressures. Every other day, people will call. We are calling from CM office. We are calling from Anant Kumar's office. So what I do is, if they call from there, I send the report to the director's office. I tell them you collect it from there. So let them call the director and let them collect it. So you just pass on the responsibility to the higher ups when they are there. Being confident, and as I told you in the beginning, not all allied health professionals are or they have this privilege. It is something which you should grab it whenever you get an opportunity. Make sure you use it. Thank you. Prashant is waiting. Probably the next session will be more interesting. I'm sorry if I have bored any of you early in the morning.
Good morning, sir. I just want to know that is there any statement that we can use in our assessment form or form that we are giving to the patient so we can avoid this kind of situations, or this will help in our situation which we are facing now?
Can you just give me an example?
Like in our report which we are giving to the patients, can we add any statements like should be a clinical coordinator or some statements that can avoid this?
Okay. There are two ways of looking at it. One, if we do that, then probably you are just nullifying your report. You are not authenticating your report. So probably that might become a weaker report for the patient in the court, which the court might not accept, and the court might refer the patient to another higher center. The second thing is, by adding that, you are disowning the patient or you are disowning the responsibility. That is exactly my point here. So we shouldn't add a disclaimer. If you are adding a disclaimer, I do add disclaimer. I never say correlate clinically. Your diagnosis should be a confirmed diagnosis. The photograph what you attest, you can write on top of that, this is only for photo identity purpose, not for any legal documentation. That disclaimer, those kind of disclaimers you can write, but never put a disclaimer on your diagnosis. That is what generally some of the radiologists do. An EEG technician does. He will just read the EEG and he is said to be correlated clinically.
In my delivery case also, they have given like that. My baby has gone with umbilical cord around her neck. But I didn't know that she was born normally and nothing had happened like that.
Okay.
For when I was asking about that, they said that if it is a legal case, because it's not my due date, if you are going for a legal case, then they will take this report and show that it was present at the delivery, so only we have done this. So yes, just I want to
That's exactly my point. There they are trying to escape there.
Yes.
There they would tell, if it was a complication or if it was a medical legal case, this is not what we would have done. The radiologist, or probably where exactly that will happen, I tell you. Your gynecologist performed that scan, right?
Yeah.
She is not supposed to perform that scan.
It's not a scan during the delivery.
This will happen only when someone who is not supposed to perform the test will perform, because that report will be an invalid report. You need a radiologist to do that evaluation, and the radiologist has to sign. The gynecologists are not supposed to do the scans. They are not supposed to do the ultrasound scans or the intravaginal scans, nothing. They are supposed to only read the reports done by the radiologist. But if you go to most of the clinics, 99% is done by the gynecologist. They are the ones who write to be correlated clinically, because they don't want to get into any complications further. But if you see any radiologist report, 99.99% of the time that will not be there, because they give a report which is an authenticated report, or they own the responsibility for that. Wherever you want to disown it, this is what they are. And some reports are there where you may not be able to find anything structurally. For example, in an EEG, patient has epilepsy, but the EEG readings are really not giving you any information. They might say to correlate clinically. So if there is a genuine cause, fine. But other than that, if it is the purpose is to disown the patient, disown the responsibility, that is not correct.
Thank you, Dr. Pradeep, for bringing out such a nice medical legal issues. At I was also going for the sign language interpretation and other things. And those were family codes and criminal codes. So I think one case of murder that was in Bellary. So they call you as commissioner. I agree with you. You cannot disrespect the summons. And the second day when they come and you are not found to accept the summons, the next will be the arrest order. And the inspector himself will come home to...
All this is based on experience. As ma'am said, first time when they sent the summons, someone has come there, told some constable has come, sir, he's waiting for you. I literally am seeing a patient, I made him wait for almost 1.5 hours, 2 hours. He went back. He got irritated, he went back. And when he came for the second time after 3 days, I happened to be on leave. He went to the MS office, my medical superintendent, and he said, your staff is not receiving summons, I am going to issue a non-bailable warrant. He called me at 12:30 in the noon and I had to come from home to the MS office and I had to apologize and receive the summons. Because we are unaware of that. Probably we are never taught in our subjects. We were always, these medical legal aspects or going to the court is never part of the curriculum. Which I think it's high time that any of you here in RCA should take it up in coming days.
Yeah, and one was the divorce case. Yeah, and that boy was a very known child. From childhood he was coming to therapy, and we know this is all when Dr. Nikam was there. So he was attending therapy. So he had to break the marriage. Then some thefts. All these. I think
one case we had the ANST and divorce, but I didn't want to present that because I feel very sad about that case. I can't read that myself. It is such a horrible incident. I was the witness for that entire episode.
I think that is what it needs real introduction of all these aspects into our syllabus and practice. Otherwise, you are not aware of anything. So the inspector came with a non-bailable arrest warrant, and then he had come from Bellary. I had a shock. Then I had to go talk to Dr. Jairam. He was the director then. Yeah. So I think he realized these things when he was there, and even for voice cases, Dr. Yashoda used to go. Yeah. So these two things, I think we should realize the importance of it and include in our curriculum. That would be a good point. Thank you very much.
And especially when they type the attendance certificate or your witness certificate, there is something called witness certificate. So start explaining the judge. There will be a person who is sitting next to the judge and he would be dictating her. He doesn't know speech, audiology. They gave me witness certificate, I just signed, I took it, I brought it and I submitted at my institute. Registrar is calling me next time morning. Bapa departmental engineer, come to my office. I went. He has typed dispatch, pathology, orthology, something and all he has typed. I have not seen also. He has said patient had normal speech and hearing. I started reading and my registrar is, he literally is furious at me. You brought it from there without even looking at it. Then I had to take it back. I told with all authority, I told, sir, it's something to do with my profession. You give me, I get it corrected. He told, you go, you get it corrected and get it. I changed my designation here. He was little jovial also. I thought, what is there? When I went inside and I showed someone there saying, you have come here to cross question the judge's authority here. I was shocked. I said, no sir, it's a spelling mistake. Whatever it is, what is issued is issued. You cannot go and tell the judge you are wrong. What do you do now? I cannot go with that report to the institute. I cannot go to the judge. I have to find a third person And finally, you know who was the person who helped me? A person with white dress attendant who was standing outside. I gave him 500 rupees. He told you write and give him on paper whatever you want. I gave him. He went, he got it corrected somewhere. He took to the judge and judge was reading something. He just put this paper in front of him, judge signed, he brought it and gave it to me. So you have to go through all these things to learn this. Most of these things are by experience. And as ma'am said rightly, it is high time that this becomes part of the curriculum. And whenever youngsters ask me what is the importance of being under RC, this is the importance. This exactly is the importance. You have a physiotherapy association, you have Isha number, you have a physiotherapy number, OT number. You cannot enter the court with any of those things. If you are represented by a statutory body, you are governed by a statutory body, you are protected by a statutory body, this is where you can reach. This is the level to which you can go.
Is there any time validity for the report, sir? Like till how many years can they use your report? It can be.
There was another case also. Now, if you go on asking, I think Prashant is waiting. So there was one patient who had hearing impairment. I had seen him some 7 years or 8 years back. After 8 years, they called me. In that photo, he has black hair. He is standing in front of me, half bald with white hair. Judge is asking me, do you remember him? What do I answer? I cannot offend the judge. I vaguely remember him, sir, but I am not sure because I see many patients. Maybe I have forgotten. But if you give me an opportunity to look at the patient once again, maybe I will be able to recall. This is all the lawyer told me. He trained me and he took me. Sir, you say like this, you don't say I don't know, judge will get angry. I mean, is there a logic in judge getting angry? And the same case, the first day, the judge will interpret in a different way. The second day, another judge, if it is in another bench, he will interpret in the same. It's the same patient, same clinician, same lawyer, same report, same presentation. That day I understood. If it is a male judge, his wife determines the next day's report. If it is a female judge, her husband determines. That's really true. It depends completely on their mood.
And one more this thing, L-A-Y, L-A-W-Y-E-R is L-A-L-I-A-R.
It is fun. It's new learning. It's something which you can enjoy. Actually, I would say you can enjoy it actually. The more you do it, you can enjoy it.
The idea of putting this talk itself, the question is that half of the audiologists who are passing out and the fellow professionals in this region, we are all signing reports for driving license. The drivers, they come, they just take a PTA and they go, and then for working in abroad. So they just take a PTA and they get signed. Nowadays, that audiometry is even done in the labs, not even signed by the audiologist. Few issues popped up here, and the fellow people are unable to handle the situations. So, what is the right thing to issue? Many of the places will have only curtain audiometry and maximum impedance audiometry. They will not have Veron OE. So, in a minimum requirement for a report, if they come for a certification purpose for a driving license or for going abroad, working in noise situation, what should be given?
Well, again, I think defining what test to be done is your prerogative. Like for example, the patient is giving a response. If you feel it is an inconsistent response, you definitely have to go for an objective evaluation. All that I am saying is, you issue, if you are very sure that patient is not malingering, you issue based on your PTA and impedance also. But you should know to defend that report then. Why you, if someone might ask you, why you did not do ABR, he is lying. So you should be able to defend. So all that I am saying is, it is your call, but if you have decided to do this, then you should be able to go there and stand by what you have done. There is no defined test. That's what I said. The court will not go by ABR, OEE. They don't know what is subjective, objective also. It is all based on what you speak, how you prove your report is correct. So with one particular, with me, if you feel I am not malingering and PTA is fine, you define. PTA is fine. I did for this reason, this exactly is the reason. Probably you can go one step by answer. You can get it cross-checked with an ABR also. Probably he will be the same. So that you should also be courageous, you should be bold, you shouldn't shy away from making statements, but at the same time, don't offend them. Without offending, you can make a bold statement also.
Is photo identity is mandatory?
Yes, it is mandatory. It is something the court also says. It is for your safety. It is for the patient safety, for everything. But if you don't want that person to use the photo identity report for legal issues, you can put a disclaimer saying that this is only for identity purpose. That is permitted by the court. You can stick a photo, you can seal, and you can write this is only for the identity purpose, not for any legal implications or legal issues. Or you can just write one line, this is only for identity purpose. That can be done. But we have made it mandatory that any person who comes for certification, whether it is disability, fitness, whatever it is, if it is for certification, and photo is mandatory, and a recent photo. He will get a photo, especially a patient who had an RTA, head shaved, and he had the sutures, everything. He will get a photo when he was in his prime age, the most beautiful photo, or when he was the most handsome person in that village. You paste that, then you will be in trouble. So make sure you have a recent photo. Take an Aadhaar or any identity copy. I am not for Aadhaar alone. Any photo identity copy, and just get it countersigned. That received originals with photo ID. Understand? That really helps you a lot in the court.
And recently we got many cases like this. We have got agents who are there. They come with a name and they state the name and we issue the report. Luckily I got till now 13 people who are coming like agents, and they get, you do the PTA and you write the name and you write the age and you give, but that is not the patient. The person will have a hearing loss. When they call and they probe inside, we will get the thing. So if you are not cautious, you sign it, you will be in a trouble. Photo ID with Aadhaar card also mandatory check.
Sundar, one more thing. I went to Chikballapura court. Patient had 3 audiograms, one from Aish, one from Nimans, one from CRC Calicut. Okay, he has not gone to any place. All 3 he has got it printed in some printing press. He has seen some other patient's audiogram, and he has got exactly same audiogram printed. He has marked, he has done everything. So once I proved that it is not my report, and etc. happened, I came back. I don't know what exactly happened with it. It was just one hearing. They just asked to say whether it's our report or not. So they go to an extent of printing your reports also. So it is not that they are small level thieves. Okay. One more person was in BSNL. He had got a job under hearing impaired quota. It has been 50 years. Another 10 years he is going to retire. He came for UDID certificate. I don't know, I was in a good mood. I told him, don't get tested, go, otherwise you lose your job. So he went back.
I think most of the time they come for claiming normal hearing to get into the jobs.
Yes,
and
that the Department of Police, we have
KPTCL.
KPTCL, Department of Police,
Defense.
Department of Survey,
Defense.
DRDO, ISRO.
Yeah.
We have first line contacts with the directors, and we are on all their boards. I am on KPTCL board of recruitment, I am on police department recruitment, I am in ISRO, I am in DRDO, I am in all the 4 board of recruitments. Even after Niman's report, only after I authorize that that person is hearing impaired, only then he can be taken under hearing impaired quota. That's the level of confidence we have given them. This is not one day work. This is past 7-8 years work, which we are seeing the fruits of that in the past 3 years.
The other thing is claiming the admission in disability quota. Now I think I hear stuttering, people with stuttering come to get medical seats in Tamil Nadu. I don't know how true it is, but yeah, these are the things we have to be sensitized.
Someone wanted us.
Any other questions, please?
So my question is, like, if one patient managed to get a false report from a government institution, and then at another point of time he is coming to my clinic and I am evaluating that patient, and I found out that he is having normal hearing. So will my report be valid in court against the government report?
Will he submit your report? Who will submit the report to the court?
No, how can I prove that if that patient has
That point of time, you will have to write to his employer telling that this person has claimed employment wrongly by stating he is a disabled person. So once the employer takes it up and that's the irony maybe until now, most of the time it is only the government institution reports they trust or they take for medical legal cases. So once you write to their employer, for example this BSNL boy, I cannot directly submit it to the court because court has not asked me anything. Court will not even open a cover which it has not asked for. So you will have to write to their employer, you will have to persistently follow, and their employer has to initiate an action based on your report, and they will go for further evaluation of the government institute or something. So the only channel that is open to you is their employer.
Okay, thank you, sir.
It's a very interesting presentation. Sir, I had one doubt. Did you get any threat to give a fake report? And how did you get any threat to give a fake report?
Yes.
And how did you handle it, sir?
Threat in the sense, see, someone will call, I am calling from CM's office, I am calling from Anant Kumar. One fellow claimed he is Bommai also. I don't know, he was the chief minister then. I was saying, I am privileged to speak to CM, but anyway, I can't publish, sir. I am not such a big person to be spoken to. The director is there. You can ask the director, and if the director says, I will issue. So generally, they come and they give the phone to you saying this person is calling, that person is calling. My first advice would be never speak to someone over the phone. You can outrightly say that it is against my profession or the management has asked me not to speak over the phone. If they want anything, they can contact me through the management. So that will cut down at least 60 to 70% of the people. Another 30% of the people, somehow they get your number and they claim. In those situations, you make sure you don't take the responsibility. You write normal hearing everything and you submit it in your MS office or director's office. Let them collect it from there. And if, in spite of that, if there is there was an IPS officer, in fact he called me, he sent his ID card, everything. And he said something, I said like, I had seen it in some movies, give it in writing. So I spontaneously said, you give it to me in writing, sir, I will issue on demand by so and so officer, I have issued the certificate, I will copy it to my director also. He never called back. I think it's just ignoring one thing. Second thing, don't entertain them. And you don't budge in this, yes sir, no sir, don't, what is it, etc. etc. This is what, we will give you the report. You please go through the report. If you have anything, you come back to us or come to the administration. So that will take care of it. But definitely they will wait for you outside 6:30 and all those things will be there. So
Only I wanted to ask, sir. That time, what did you do, sir?
nothing, I came, he said, where are you staying, all those things. I said, you follow me wherever I am going, that is where I am staying. I took my car and went. They came for some distance, I don't know after that what happened. It is not that easy to come and touch someone. It's not, that too in my campus, definitely not. They cannot do that for sure. So you can be very sure of that. It is their psychological way of expressing that anger and what you call it, anxiety, etc., etc. I don't think so they can really get physical with us that easily.
Thank you, sir.
Can do PTA is a multi-million-dollar question which I don't think so any of us can answer, because there are some clauses in the RCA which has enabled them to be even a faculty under speech and hearing in names. Okay, that is the irony. We have to live with it. We are living with it. Outrightly, nowhere it is written they are allowed to do PTA, but the courts accept their judgment on PTA because they define audiology as part of their routine subject. So most of the places the court does accept an ENT's report, and there are instances where the summons have come to Dr. Pradeep ENT Nimans. They have mistakenly sent, so you have to send it back and get it reissued and all those things. But frankly saying, yes, ENTs are having that privilege of interpreting your report.
So when I was working in a government institution as a part of my bond, so I have seen cases which was coming through cross verification from court. So it was a case that was, the certificate was given by an ENT that he has hearing loss, and when he came to our hospital, he was using hearing aid. And when we checked, all the report was coming normal. So when we took the case to our ENT, the department head, it was her friend who has done the report.
Okay.
So she was actually
Reluctant.
holding and she was reluctant. So
finally what happened?
So actually she was holding that report. She was not ready to give
Send
any
it.
information further.
See, I have seen with some of the ENTs in Victoria Hospital, KC General, what they do, as long as it's a straightforward case, they'll go and they'll answer. When it is a complicated case, they'll go and say that it is as per the reports issued by NIMHANS, you can call people from NIMHANS. So they always have that alternate option which we don't have. That's the advantage of being in medicine. I have seen my neurosurgeon escaping, blaming the radiologist escaping, blaming the neurologist. All three will escape by blaming the psychiatrist, and they'll finally say that fellow is not certified, he has behavioral issues. So they have that options. We don't have that options. So I mean, we have to find our way with whatever resources we have. But frankly saying, ENTs are doing it, and that's exactly my point. Wherever I get an opportunity, I say you grab the opportunity.
And sometimes we get forced from higher authority to put like that, sir.
That you shouldn't succumb to that pressure.
At that time.
You should put your foot down and say, I will not do. Come what may, I will not do.
So what
You ask them to give it in writing.
once the same thing happened, so what we did, like I was telling her I'm not ready to do that. So what happened, the speech language pathologist was the permanent employee of that government hospital. So she actually floated the same value and it was given like.
I don't know what to answer for that. Then you start questioning your speech pathologist who asked you to plot.
Because she has her BSc qualification.
Even in the medical field also, there will be 20% of the people who do it for money. In our field, maybe I have not seen anyone doing it for money, but to please their higher ups, please their supervisors, please the ENTs under whom they are working. I have seen in hospitals where they just plot audiograms and give for whatever values they have. These things do happen. I think it shouldn't stop you from the moral or the ethical practice which you want to be doing. Good, you have put your foot down and told no. I'm happy about it. Congrats. We'll wind up.
Certificate certification. That there is a issue of reimbursement. Though audiologist has done everything, the 3 ENTs will certify.
We have removed it, at least in NIMHANS I have got it removed.
Yeah.
I have got it removed. In NIMHANS, any reimbursement for CGHS is only by our department. It is not cross-signed by anyone else. And we have also gone one step ahead and we have written to the state government. NIMHANS has an authority to issue for LD, SLD. We have authority to issue for IDD and multiple disability, DNR, everything. I am trying my level best to bring in audiology also into it without the ENTs. It will be only the MS, one consultant from speech and hearing, one person, that would be default HOD, then one person or one consultant who are assigned the report, and they'll have 3 default members. One is MS, one is DMS and RMO. So I am almost, I can say I'm 50% through with that. Probably in another 6 months to 1 year, demands will start issuing hearing disability without an ENT. That's my promise.
Yeah, so I think that should be shared with the All India Institute of Speech and Hearing also.
Sure.
Because they fall under the same ministry, it would be easier. Otherwise, half the time.
It's just how you can convince your administration. It's all in the hands of director and MS. If you have access to them and if you can put forth your facts and you can convince them, they can get it done. The hearing aid thing, I think without their support there is no way. My MS wrote to the government, I have a department in my institute, why would I want to send them to an ENT? He refused to send the patient. We took up the issue. He did not know it until then. When we explained him, when we sought his support, when he understood our real concerns, he wrote to the ministry telling that I have a department, I have a professor, I have HOD, I have 5 faculties working in the department. If they are not able to certify, what is the purpose of having this department, having these people? Do you tell that as a psychiatrist I have to send them to Victoria Hospital for IDD certification? No, in that case I will get it done. Then the CGHS gave that exemption, and now any CGHS claim at NIMHANS, I am authorized to sign. Me, Dr. Arvind, one of us will sign. We are the 2 authorized signatories to sign that. So they don't have to go to ENT. It is reimbursed outrightly. I think took more time than what was allotted. Okay, so thank you. I'll be back to bore you all with the next session.
Thank you, sir, for your continuous support from HCC FlaSH Series 1. We would like to extend our gratitude for taking time out of your busy schedule to share your experience and knowledge with us. It was an eye-opening session. Thank you once again, sir.
Let us refresh ourselves with a short tea break. Kindly assemble back for yet another interesting session. The session will resume by 10 minutes.
He is serving as topic editor for tinnitus section in the Frontiers in Audiology and Audiology Journal.
At the outset, I would like to thank the organizers for having me here as a resource person to talk on the topic assessment and management of tinnitus. I've been here in Trichy for like 4 days now, so it's been a very pleasant experience. So I hope in the next 60 minutes, I will try my best to give you an insight on the assessment and management of tinnitus. So, looking at the audience and judging the feel of the audience, I have decided to make it more simpler and interactive. Okay, so it's not that I would be talking for the entire 60 minutes, so there would be things. I mean, as in FlaSH, there are activities that are being planned, so there would be activity within the session also. So we'll see how it goes. Okay, so the agenda for today is to talk about tinnitus types and pathophysiology, assessment of tinnitus, and a brief overview on management options for tinnitus. So considering that time, I will try to give you a brief overview on what tinnitus is, what are the different types, and how we should assess if we get a patient with tinnitus, and most importantly, how we should manage, okay, because tinnitus is one of the topic where practicing audiologists would know that that is one place where we cannot do much, where we are facing difficulties in proper assessment and management of tinnitus, okay. So since there are many bachelor students here, so I use this tool for my students. Okay, so what it has is it has group 1, 2, 3, professional 1, professional 2. Okay, so in my classes I would have the student names. Okay, so what this happens is I'll ask Sam to spin the wheel now. Spin it. So this would going to be spinning, and I'll ask Sam to randomly stop at one point. Stop. So it goes to group 1. So at the midway of our session, there would be a question and answer that would happen where somebody from group 1 would answer what they have learned in this. Okay, so in that way, all of you can be more attentive and listen to it. So just to give you an idea, since group 1 came here, so just to give you a feel and start the session in a positive note. So who is group 1? Group 1. Okay, so group 1 is here. So what do you see in this picture, group 1? Louder? Black dot, okay. So go back to the previous slide. Spin again, we'll get one more answer quickly. You can stop anytime. Group 10, who is group 10?
Back.
Anything that comes to mind quickly. Quickly, whatever comes to mind. It's not a, something trivial or anything. Black dot, yes. Okay, so this is, before starting my presentation, I'll quickly show you a video and then we'll start off. So this is one thing that I use for my patients when I'm counseling patients with tinnitus. So I thought I'll start off with this. Okay, so minimize and play the video that I have. Okay. So some of you said black dot, some of you said black. So I'll just a quick 1.5 minute video before we actually start. Black dot. starting the presentation with a positive note. So, I mean, I use this to explain it to my patients where tinnitus is just a very small part in their life. So they have a bigger picture to look at. So this will, help them to take their mind away from the tinnitus. So moving on quickly to the topic. Okay, so till that gets sorted out. So the first thing that I wanted to tell you is what are the different types of tinnitus, the very basics of it. So there are three major types of tinnitus. One is subjective, second one is objective, and there is another important term called as somatosensory tinnitus. So I'll try to give you an idea of what three are, because whatever assessment you do, so ultimately after you do all these tests, you have your patient sitting in front of you, you should be able to tell him why is he getting the tinnitus. I mean, he will ask you, why am I getting the tinnitus? What is the reason for it? So let's try to understand for a few minutes how a person experiences tinnitus. First we'll go to subjective. Subjective means the patient is hearing the tinnitus. Okay, other people are not hearing the subjective, the person itself is hearing the tinnitus. And the reason for tinnitus could be anywhere in the auditory system. It can be even from a wax in your ear till your tumor in your auditory nerve. Any person can hear a tinnitus. But why does a person hear the tinnitus is what we need to understand. So let's take an example. Imagine a person has a noise-induced hearing loss. So where would be the notch? 4 kilohertz. So if you do a tinnitus evaluation on a patient, so his tinnitus pitch will also correlate to around 4K. Why does that happen is, the person is hearing all the frequencies normally, but he is not hearing the 4 kilohertz. So what does your auditory system do? Auditory system, as a reflexive mechanism, it tries to enhance the 4 kilohertz. That is, I'm not hearing 4K, let me produce that sound. So because of that, what it does is it produces a 4 kilohertz tinnitus on its own, and that's what we hear it as tinnitus. It's basically the sound that is coming from your cortex, where it is trying to help you to listen to the sounds or produce sounds which you are not hearing. So that's why you would have learned in your bachelor's first year. So person with conductive hearing loss usually get a low frequency tinnitus, and the configuration that you see in conductive is mostly low frequency. High frequency you get a sloping loss, and the tinnitus is also high pitch. So generally the pitch of the tinnitus correlates with the degree of, the frequency where you have hearing loss. Why? Because your auditory system tries to provide the extra gain that you are not getting because of the hearing loss. So that's what you need to explain him. Tell him because of your hearing loss you are experiencing the tinnitus. And the management is very simple. If the problem is in the conductive or in the middle ear pathology, imagine I have a wax. So what happens is, once my wax gets removed, my auditory system starts to hear normally. So because of that, what would happen? The tinnitus would also automatically reduce, because your auditory system is getting proper input now. If a person has sensory neural hearing loss, if you give a hearing aid, how does it help a patient with tinnitus? With hearing aid, the person starts to hear. So the auditory system or your cortex is getting input, so it will stop producing those extra signals. So something like this, if it is normal cochlea, only a small area is getting activated, but if it's a person with hearing loss, there will be additional areas that gets activated, and because of that, the person experiences the tinnitus. So this is what you need to explain to your patient, where he is sitting in front of you, has a hearing loss and tinnitus. You should be able to explain this is the reason. One of the important things that you need to keep in mind is making them understand that this is just a reflexive mechanism, or this is not something to harm you. Your tinnitus is basically sound that is actually coming to help you to perceive sound which you are not hearing. So once you make the person understand that, that will solve majority of the issue. So quickly going to the second component called as objective. So what is objective tinnitus is a person who is outside. Okay, a clinician can also hear the tinnitus. You will be able to hear that cooing or buzzing sound even when you are outside. So that is what is objective tinnitus. Sandeep sir talked in brief about objective tinnitus in his yesterday's lecture. But the reason for that is vascular tumors, or there could be aneurysm. So basically they are vascular pathology. Any problem in your blood supply would affect it, because if you remember sir's session, the blood is not properly passing because of a tumor or because of an aneurysm, and that gushing of blood is actually heard as tinnitus. So that's what is the objective tinnitus. The third reason is we call it as palatal myoclonus. Myo basically refers to muscle. Clonus is involuntary movement. So there would be palatal muscles that may be moving involuntarily. That movement would generate sound, and that is what is heard as objective tinnitus. So mostly the objective tinnitus is vascular or it is muscular. So muscular in terms of involuntary movement of muscles or because of the vascular lesion. Okay, so important take home message or important thing you need to know as a clinician is whenever you get a patient with objective tinnitus, you should refer them for a medical management because the cause is circular in nature, where you may have to do assessment in terms of a CT angiography, and all these assessment needs to be done, and ENT would does an auscultation to see abnormal blood movement, and palatal myoclonus they can actually observe when you open the mouth and actually see it. You see the involuntary palatal movement, and that would be the reason for getting tinnitus. So whenever you get a patient with objective tinnitus, refer them for appropriate medical management. So the third category is somatosensory tinnitus. What is a somatosensory tinnitus is? This is one of a common type of tinnitus which as audiologists we were never thought of when we were students also, and this is one type of tinnitus where audiologists are failing to manage them because we don't even ask about it. What is somatosensory tinnitus is? The person is able to change the tinnitus or modulate the tinnitus by movement of any part of his body. I repeat, by movement of any part of his body. For example, you may have a patient reporting to you that whenever I am clenching my teeth, my tinnitus is increasing, or I can increase or decrease my teeth, and decrease my tinnitus, by movement of head, my tinnitus increases and decreases. So these are complaints, these are something called as somatosensory tinnitus. Studies say that it could be in the movement in your TMJ or head and neck movement, limb, eye, all these would lead to somatosensory tinnitus. And if actively looked about it, almost 83% of tinnitus patients may actually have somatosensory tinnitus. So this is something where you do TRT, you do all types of management, but you fail to provide relief for them. Why? Because they might be having a somatosensory component. So as audiologists, when we are asking questions related to the patient, we should always try to include a somatosensory question also. So can you modulate your tinnitus by movement of any part of your body, any part of movement of your body, whether your tinnitus changes or not. So that is equally important, because management of somatosensory tinnitus is again becomes medical or maybe paramedical, because it is a physiotherapist who may require, he should do some massages in the places where he is experiencing and all that. So there is a physiotherapy management for those with the somatosensory tinnitus. So along with the tinnitus retraining therapy that you are doing, they should be recommended for a physiotherapy management also. So only then the person will get a relief from tinnitus. So as audiologists, we should understand that somatosensory tinnitus is another important aspect that we miss when we are asking history related to tinnitus. So next I'll quickly go into the neurophysiological model of tinnitus. So what is this? Till now we learned that person gets tinnitus if he has hearing loss. But in your clinic you would have seen patients who have absolutely normal hearing. They don't have any problem, you do all the tests, everything comes out to be normal, but the person still says, I have tinnitus. Or a person has conductive loss, had infection, you treated him, conductive loss is not there, but loss is improved, but the tinnitus still continues. Okay, so sudden hearing loss, maybe hearing has improved, but the tinnitus still continues. So why a normal hearing person can also get tinnitus is what we need to understand, and one of the best model to explain that is the neurophysiological model given by Jastubov. So the model looks like this. It's a complicated model by look wise, but I'll try to decipher it and try to explain it to you in a simple fashion, because as audiologists, this is the major component of your tinnitus retraining therapy. You should be able to explain your patient in very simple terms what this is. Okay, so what happens is, all of us hear sounds, and the sounds will go to your cortex, you perceive the sound. Okay, all the sound that you are hearing goes to the cortex and stops at that level. But all of you have heard tinnitus some other time. Yes, so it lasts for maybe few seconds or maybe for few minutes. Maybe after the banquet night, because of the loud sound, maybe we had a bit of tinnitus, so that would have gone off maybe in few seconds or few minutes. But what happens is, because of some reason I would have got my tinnitus. Okay, because of some noise exposure or because of my blocking, I would have had tinnitus. So 90 to 95% of us ignore it, and you go back to your normal hearing. But there are like 5 to 10% of them, what do? Is they start to get emotionally attached to tinnitus, or they start to worry about tinnitus. They feel that, okay, something is wrong with my ears, why am I hearing the tinnitus, okay, maybe my hearing loss, I may get a hearing loss, or he will quickly Google what is tinnitus, what happens because of that. So Google will tell you that you will have a tumor or even cancer, so that would happen, and there is no cure for tinnitus. All these happens because sound has an ability to activate this system in your brain called as the limbic system, which is responsible for emotion, that is your fear, anxiety, worry. So what happens is the sound would activate the limbic system, which makes you worrisome. And once you get worried, it activates another area in your body called as autonomic nervous system, which prepares your body for a fight or a flight response. That means it is always active. Okay, so because it will be increased mental activity and everything, you become completely active. So to explain this in brief, I'll give you an example. This is what we use when we are counseling patients. Imagine all of you are sitting here and near your leg you hear a hissing sound, something like that. So generally our mind will go towards maybe there could be a snake. Okay, it was an auditory stimuli. Auditory stimuli activated the limbic system. You started to get afraid. Once you started to get afraid, what happens is you're alert to any of the hissing sound. Okay, any sound, there could be a snake. So because of that, your body is completely attentive. So sound has an ability to activate your limbic system and also activate your autonomic nervous system. Because of that only, people with tinnitus say that, okay, I am not able to get sleep at night. Why are they not able to get sleep at night? Because they would have activated the autonomic nervous system. I'll give another quick example to make you understand. So this is an example that I give in many of my lectures. So husband and wife are sleeping in the room. Okay, night, towards the window there is a sound that happens. Tuck, tuck, sound comes. Okay, husband wakes up. Husband realizes that there is a branch of the tree which is touching. Okay, so maybe I have to cut it first thing in the morning, and he goes back to sleep. Wife also gets up. She doesn't know all this story. So what runs in her mind? There might be somebody, and there might be a thief who is trying to come. It was the same auditory stimuli, but husband reacted it differently. But wife, what did she activate? She activated the limbic system. She started to get worried. She started to get anxious. What did she do? Her autonomic nervous system gets activated into a fight or a flight back mode. So what happens if a person comes in? Do I have anything in my room to hit him, or how should we? Are the doors locked? All these comes into our mind. So husband goes back to sleep in 5 minutes. Will the wife be able to go back to sleep? No. Why? Because she would have activated the autonomic nervous system. So you have to be attentive for any sound in the room. Where could be the thief? The sound came again. So he's trying to enter, or all these imaginations comes in. It was the same sound which can actually activate the limbic and the autonomic nervous system. That's why there are some people who don't take it emotionally, or they don't activate the limbic system, so it becomes a familiar, non-significant sound, and the model stops at the subconscious level only. It was the husband, he stopped at that level, he went back to sleep. But for the wife, if she activated the limbic system, autonomic nervous system, it became a vicious cycle, and because of that, she experienced the tinnitus. So that's what happens. Tinnitus leads to activation of negative emotions and physical reactions in terms of activating the autonomic nervous system, etc. So that's how a person with normal hearing, he does not have any problem at all. Because of some reason he would have had tinnitus, but because of this negative associations activating limbic and autonomic nervous system, the person would have gotten tinnitus. So as therapists, we should be able to tell him that this is the reason, and you should make them understand that they should not get emotionally attached, as in like not to worry about it, not to think about it, not to get, because basically the therapy is you have to break this cycle. The whole idea is you should not, whenever tinnitus comes, you should not get negatively frustrated. You should go to this level where you are not activating limbic and the autonomic nervous system. So I'll talk about it in the management part, where how we can train the patient, or how we can help the patient to break this vicious cycle. So this is basically the reason, or the pathophysiology, as all of us need to understand why a person gets tinnitus. Okay, so we learned about something called as subjective tinnitus, then objective tinnitus, which is the third one, somatosensory tinnitus. So then we also learned why a normal hearing person can also get tinnitus, according to which model? the neurophysiological model given by Jastrow. So if you have a patient sitting in front of you and he is saying he has tinnitus, you should have an idea to explain why is he hearing the tinnitus. You should know, is it because of the hearing loss? Is it because of the negative associations? Even after resolving, if he is continuing, it is because of the negative. I mean, if you ask detailed case history, they would say that they would be emotionally stressed at the time of tinnitus. Okay, this happens if you take a thorough history. Maybe a person had a stressful, education. I mean, there was some exams, or there was education-related stress, or employment-related stress, or family-related stress, which would actually cause this cycle. So whenever they are emotionally vulnerable, they easily, get trapped into this. Okay, so I had a recent patient who had a love failure. So because of that, his tinnitus actually started because he had sleepless night for almost, for 1 week, etc. And all these, whenever he is emotionally down, so that would actually create the tinnitus. Okay. So this is briefly about the pathophysiology of it. So the next 10 to 15 minutes, I talk in brief about the assessment of tinnitus. So how we need to do assessment. So the first part of assessment is case history. So we need to take a case history thoroughly or appropriately for a patient with tinnitus. So since I have been talking for almost 15 minutes now, we will have others talk also now. So I want the wheel to spin again. Group 1 again. So anybody from group 1, I want them to come to the stage. Anybody? Or you just pass on the mic, let them. Anybody take the mic? Quickly. I mean, it's nothing. I mean, the task is, I am the patient with tinnitus. You have to ask me questions that you would ask if you have a patient with tinnitus in your setup, basically. So what are questions you would be basically asking? Nothing wrong. I mean, all of us are learning. Okay, so imagine I am a patient sitting in front of you. I say that I have tinnitus. What are the questions that you are going to ask me? So what's your name?
Harita.
Huh?
Harita.
Harita, you're from?
SRMs.
SRMs. Okay. So
I would ask about the onset of the tinnitus.
ask me.
How long have you facing the tinnitus?
So I have tinnitus from past 6 months.
Nature of the sound, maybe missing sound,
We're not able to hear.
nature of sound.
So it's a ringing kind of a tinnitus that I have.
So duration of tinnitus.
So since past 6 months. Anything else that you would like to ask?
During daytime or night.
I mean, it's there almost always, and it is more bothersome at night.
What are all the incidents where you are facing having tinnitus? Like situations where you are observing tinnitus.
Especially in a quiet situation when I'm at home where there is no noise, or in such cases, my tinnitus is. So I am an IT professional.
Which year you are facing tinnitus?
So I have it in both years. Fine? Yes, sir. Any other things that you would like to ask? Yes. So a bit of work stress is there. So you have projects, deadlines and all that. So that amount of stress is there.
Any recent trauma or
No trauma or anything.
Any systemic diseases? Systemic diseases, BP?
BP? No, that is not there. No alcohol. Occasionally maybe, not regular.
Reduced hearing.
I feel, yes, that's an important question. So as ma'am said, reduced hearing. So I feel that 1 year there is slightly reduced hearing, but other year it's fine. So Pradeep sir is asking after how many years of marriage it started. So that so marriage is directly proportional to stress. So from personal experiences. So
The other is lawyers might feel monitored by legal counsel.
anything else?
whether it affect your quality of life, like day-to-day life and sleeping habit, whether it affects you.
Yeah, I mean it affects my work whenever I'm in working at home when it is silent, and at night it definitely affects.
Have you taken any medicine for it?
No medicines, I'm not taking.
Have you consulted any professionals?
So this is the first time I'm visiting. So I've tried. But beginners over. Okay, good. So these are the general questions that we need to ask. Yes, so we touched upon the type of tinnitus, where is it coming, hearing loss, and vestibular issues and all that. And we touched upon, psychological, whether the stress component is there and things like that. So what happens is, I talked about it 15 minutes ago, but still people didn't ask about it. What's the one question that I said we should ask in case history? So we talked about something called as somatosensory. We are so used to not asking it, so we don't ask it. So that's the habit that we need to incorporate, because whether your tinnitus modulates, because whenever you move your head, so that is something you keep in your mind. But why I'm telling you this is to avoid not missing on any of these important questions. So there is something, all these are important in terms of mental health, sleep problems and all those. So what we have is, we have a tinnitus sample case history questionnaire. Okay, it's a standardized questionnaire developed by the Tinnitus Research Initiative. Okay, so they have 36 questions related to tinnitus and the associated problems that they have. So it is a freely available, all of us can use it. So it is important that as clinicians or as professionals working, you have it so that you are covering all the aspects of tinnitus. It has the somatosensory component involved, it has the mental health issues involved, sleep problems, all those whatever we discussed has it here. So this is something which we can easily use, and we have translated it and validated it in Tamil also, so in association with Madras Medical College. So we have not published it yet, but I have the translated version which we can share. So this is easy English, most of them should be able to comprehend, but it can be when we are translating it in other regional languages as well. So this is one thing that I wanted you to remember and use it. So please skip that. And all of us do the tinnitus evaluation in terms of pitch matching, loudness matching, and residual inhibition. So tinnitus matching, pitch matching, you give tone in a different frequency and try to match the pitch. Okay, so there are different ways. If you have tinnitus in right ear, you give the tone in the opposite side and match it, or if it is bilateral, you give it on the same side, whichever has a lesser tinnitus and all this. There is something called as octave confusion test that we need to do. So what is that is, imagine my tinnitus pitch was at 4K. Okay, what you need to do is to confirm that it's a 4K, we give half octave below and half octave above. That is 3K, 4K and 6K. You give it in combination and find out what could be the exact pitch. And at that pitch, you would be varying the intensity and doing the loudness matching. And the next thing that you would do is residual inhibition. You are giving noise, preferably a white noise, at least 5 to 10 dB above the loudness match value. Give it for 1 minute and then check whether the residual inhibition is positive, that is tinnitus completely reduces, or tinnitus reduces by 50% or slightly lesser, positive partial. Negative, tinnitus does not change at all. Rebound, tinnitus increases after you give noise. So people use this to check whether a person is a candidate for sound therapy or masking therapy. Okay, so we have been taught to do this. We do this in our clinic, we do it in our academic setup and all that. Okay, so I just want to quickly tell you this, but I advocate this wherever I speak. I personally feel there is no need to actually do this, or it won't serve the actual purpose. Why? Because your management, unless you are doing a masking therapy, okay, unless you are doing maybe a notched music therapy, your pitch matching, loudness matching may not help you in terms of management. If the pitch is 250 Hz, whether the pitch is 8 kHz, your TRT or the sound therapy does not change depending upon the pitch of the tinnitus. Irrespective of the loudness, a person with 10 dB tinnitus may have more tinnitus related handicap compared to a person with 30 dB handicap. So loudness also doesn't give you any further information. So what is recommended according to the clinical practice guidelines? So this is from the American Academy of Otolaryngology, NICE guidelines is from UK, and another European guidelines. They clearly say that there is no need to actually do psychoacoustical methods like pitch matching, loudness matching and residual inhibition. All of your students maybe you can still go ahead doing it, but for a practicing professionals, rather than wasting time on doing pitch matching, loudness matching, residual inhibition, which does not help you in management, they recommend that we should be trying to use that time to actually carry out questionnaires which can give you a better idea in terms of how much it is affecting their quality of life. So questionnaires in terms of impact of tinnitus on their quality of life. questionnaires related to their psychological problems. So that is another very important thing that we need to add in. Why? Because why audiologists are failing in management of patient with tinnitus is we are taking every patient under our custody and trying to give therapy. Okay, so there are people with severe anxiety, depression or other psychological problems whom we are taking for tinnitus management and we are failing. Why? Because of the psychological problems, whatever therapy you do, they won't be actually getting benefit. And they say have sleep problems, so they may actually have insomnia, which is a psychiatric condition. I mean, they may actually be suffering from insomnia and the tinnitus is just could be they may feel it's a reason for it. So that may not be managed. So the things that we can use, what I prefer using, you have something called as tinnitus handicap inventory. That's a standardized questionnaire that all of us can use. And we have something called as tinnitus functional index, so that's another questionnaire that we can use. And another recent questionnaire that has been developed in 2023 is this tinnitus inventory focusing on ICF classification in terms of body function activities by Vidya Ramkumar from and others from SRMC. So I prefer using this. So this is something which is more Indian standardized and it is something which is useful. So this is a simple 15 questions. So this is recently developed. So it will also give you the problem in terms of no problem, mild, moderate, severe and complete problem. So this is something which I can use to understand how much is the problem. Second thing I can do is after therapy, how is the progress? I can always use these questionnaires to monitor it. And this questionnaire is also validated in Tamil. I think we had the Tamil version also in the questionnaires. You can easily use those and we can translate it and validate in other languages. And I told you about anxiety, depression, any scale you can use. So this is one scale where hospital anxiety and depression scale, where if you see the depression score is normal or maybe even borderline abnormal, you can consider them to be under therapy for yourself. But if you're getting an abnormal anxiety and depression score, then you should recommend them for a psychiatric consultation, because that is very hard. If I'm an Indian scenario, he has come to you saying that I have a hearing problem and you tell him that you go to a psychiatrist, so that is generally not acceptable, but that's what we need to practice. We should work like that, where you are referring them because they get a better management and you do your TRT, you do your tinnitus management. Along with that, they should be getting the psychiatric medicines or whatever that is necessary. So then your progress would be much more better. Okay, so you have something called as insomnia severity index, and those with clinical insomnia. So what we need to do is clinical insomnia also, we should refer them for a psychiatric evaluation. So keep that also in mind. And another thing that we did not discuss is screen for hyperacusis and misophonia. So what is hyperacusis is person has abnormal tolerance to normal everyday sounds. Okay, his uncomfortable level would be somewhere around 60, 70, etc. Because of which what happens is the person will have difficulty tolerating. So tinnitus can co-occur with hyperacusis. You should always screen whether they have hyperacusis symptoms. Misophonia is dislike for sound. So what is dislike for sound is all of us have dislike for sound, like if somebody is scratching, somebody is chewing loudly, somebody is sniffing. So people have issues, but there are people who have very serious problems. Because of that they get very panicky, they get really affected psychologically, etc. So that is also commonly occurring with individuals with tinnitus. So we need to screen whether they have it or not, and the management would vary according to the comorbid condition. So just to quickly summarize, you do an audiological evaluation, detail whatever autoacoustic emissions or ABR to find out the cause of hearing loss. Once you have that with you, what you need to do is appropriate referral. That's what is most important. If you're getting a pulsatile tinnitus, objective tinnitus, somatosensory, refer them for appropriate investigation. So this is a personal opinion. Don't offer psychoacoustic tests. This may not be necessary. So clinically, take a detailed case history, administer the questionnaires, audiological evaluation and appropriate referral. So that's what you need to keep in mind. Okay. So this is in brief about the assessment part that I wanted to quickly give you an overview on. So next I'll start off with the management, what as audiologists we can do if a patient has tinnitus. So before that I'll quickly spin the wheel once again, and there would be a question that would be asked related to what we discussed till now. Okay, so that's somewhere group 8, right? Group 8, where is group 8? Okay, so group 8, the question is what is somatosensory tinnitus? So can I quickly explain what is somatosensory tinnitus? Anybody? quickly.
Tinnitus occurs due to negative association of emotions.
Okay.
Do I need to explain about the pathophysiology also, sir?
No, only the somatosensory part. I mean, what is that? As in, how the tinnitus occurs because of this?
So because of certain body movements, tinnitus might occur. So because of that, the tinnitus might also result in. So
that is somatosensory. Yes, good. So that is Sona. So we'll give a round of applause for her. Okay, so that is somatosensory tinnitus, a modulation that happens. So one more quick spin. Group 10, I think group 10 and group 1 are lucky, so their numbers are coming again and again. So the next question is, if you have a patient with tinnitus, what all should you screen for? What all you should rule out when you are doing an assessment? Quickly, any 1 or 2 points.
To check for the hearing level.
Yes. So anything that comes to your mind, yeah.
And other psychological issues.
Yes, so good. Yes, you have to screen for psychological problems and screen for hearing loss. Yes, what's your name?
Murugan.
Murugan, a clap for Murugan. Okay, so yes, you should also screen for insomnia, for sleep disturbances. You should also screen if you have hyperacusis, misophonia, etc. Right? So, next slide. So we'll quickly move on to the management of tinnitus. Okay, so before I move into the management of tinnitus, can I have the hand mic, please? I'm doing all these exercises to keep you awake and active. Okay, so the thing that that's going to happen now is I have a water bottle. Okay, this is a 300 ml water bottle that I have. Okay, so and I have consumed a bit of water here. So basically the task is I'll go around, I'll quickly show you a water bottle to all of you. Okay, so you should tell me how much of water is remaining or what is the weight of this water bottle. Okay, so each group, maybe you can give a guess at the end of the session. What we will do is we will have a weighing thing where we'll keep it and measure how much exactly it is, and HCC FlaSH will give the award to that group. Okay, so I'm announcing on behalf of them. Okay, so this is the water bottle, 300 ml. I have consumed a bit of it, so let's see how much it is. So we'll quickly go to professional one. Quick answers. We are running short of time. 280. 280. 290. 300. 299. 295. Okay. 270. 280. 200. 287. 276. Okay. 280. 285. 283. Okay. 295. Okay. Thank you so much. So we will weigh this and we'll say who accurately guessed it correctly at the end of the session. Okay. So you remind me. Anuprasad, expert in guessing weight. 280. Okay. You should say some other number. When you have said 280. Okay. So I won't consume this water again till we weigh it again. Okay. So quickly moving on to the management. So whatever I am going to talk is in terms of the research evidence. Okay, if you Google management of tinnitus, there are multiple evidence, multiple therapies that is going to be present. So what we need to understand is what is the best available evidence in terms of research. I am not giving you too much of research studies, but mainly the summary of it, and whatever I am explaining is based on the clinical guidelines given by these agencies. So this is one of the studies that they did, okay, and they found that what are the therapy options that are provided for people with tinnitus in US. So if you see, the first one is medications. Majority are given medications, and the last option, if you see, is cognitive behavioral therapy and tinnitus retraining therapy somewhere in between. Okay, but at the end of the presentation, you will realize that CBT or cognitive behavioral therapy is the one with highest evidence in terms of the benefit for tinnitus, and medications has least benefit. So as even medical professionals are not referring them for appropriate management, just giving medicine, saying that you have to just live with it. So that is not the case that we need to manage. So the first thing I tell you is, in terms of hearing aids definitely will help you, because we have a cochlear pathology. Hearing aid will restore the hearing back, so the person will start hearing. But can we do any modifications in terms of hearing aid programming to help people with tinnitus is what we need to quickly understand. This is one study done by Hemant sir and Jijo sir in 2019. So where they said that compared to the traditional gain that you are giving, you should provide slightly higher than what is recommended. Okay, for example, if you see in this graph, so this is for a low pitch tinnitus, what they say is give approximately a 2 dB higher gain. If it's a high pitch tinnitus, give approximately a 5 dB higher gain at high frequency. The whole logic of doing that is, more the amplification, what it does is it amplifies the external sounds more, and that will help them in masking the tinnitus. Rather than giving a tinnitus masker, or if the person cannot afford tinnitus maskers, etc., you can do such modification. That's a very simple modification that you can do. And in terms of other suggestions that are reported in literature is giving an open fitting. Open fitting allows the external sound again to easily go inside, so that will help them in masking, so that is one. And noise reduction and directional microphone. So this is something which you need to talk to the patient and switch off noise reduction and switch off directional microphone, those who are suffering severely with tinnitus. Okay, tell them that that would affect them in their communication, but if their problem is mainly tinnitus, not everyday communication, then you can switch off noise reduction and switch off directional microphone, because that would add noise to their ears. Adding more noise would help them, to cope up with their tinnitus better. Okay. And there's something called as combination device, where a hearing aid will also produce noise. So there are tinnitus maskers available. So what are we doing clinically? What are we failing in that is, one thing we need to keep in mind that combination devices are helpful. But if you know how a tinnitus masker works, you can select different types of noises when you are programming, and select a noise which is appropriate for that patient. So what we need to do is, whenever we are selecting the sound, select something which is most soothing for the patient. Don't select white noise, don't select pink or brown. Out of those, whichever is soothing is something which we need to select. Okay, and something where it gives you a pleasant experience. Because a person doesn't like listening to noise always. So that again causes negativity, limbic system, and the cycles continues. So try giving soothing sound as much as possible. Or if the tinnitus masker, none of the sounds are soothing, don't activate the tinnitus masker at all. Ask him to listen to sounds externally which is a soothing sound. So don't give maskers. So whenever you are giving masker, try to give which is soothing. So people have done cochlear implants also for those who have higher degree of loss. That also has some research evidence saying that that may be beneficial, because that restores normal hearing. Again, a low level of evidence is present for that. Okay, so what we need to do, or what we do is, irrespective of giving a cochlear implant or giving a hearing aid, what you need to understand is, common mistake that as audiologists we are doing is, we are fitting the hearing aid, or you are adding a noise masker and everything, and we are sending him saying that your tinnitus will reduce over time. So that is something which we should avoid. Even if a person you are giving a hearing aid, always counsel him for the reason for getting tinnitus. Okay, because if hearing loss was the reason for tinnitus, 100% of patients with hearing loss should have reported to you with tinnitus. Does every patient with hearing loss tell you that they have tinnitus? They don't tell you. Why? Because those patients who tell they have tinnitus, they have this negative association. So you should tell them that with hearing aid, it will gradually reduce, and you should stop giving that negative association. So that is something which you need to definitely counsel. Spend around 30 minutes, explain the neurophysiological model even when you are giving hearing aid. So then your success with the tinnitus therapy would be much more. So what do we do in tinnitus retraining therapy? It has two major parts. One is retraining counseling, where we are explaining this model. I gave you the example, giving them real life examples, simple examples, and then try to explain why they are hearing the tinnitus. That is what is retraining counseling. You do it regularly for 2-3 sessions until they understand it. Okay, so this is one from tinnitus.org. This is from Jastrubov, where you have an audio file where he actually has counseled. Jastrubov has counseled patient with tinnitus, so how we can do it, so that is there, you can listen to it. And another thing that you have see at the end is something called as parables used in TRT counseling. Parables are the real life example. I gave you the husband and wife example, the snake example, and all those. There are multiple examples like that which you can actually use to counsel patients for TRT. So I'm not going through it, so you can go through this and understand. So there are two things. One is retraining counseling. Second thing what we need to do is sound therapy. What is sound therapy is, we are providing some sound externally for the patient to actually take his mind away from the tinnitus. Okay, so the whole idea is, the process of TRT is, it works on a concept called as habituation. I repeat, the process of TRT or the therapy for TRT works on habituation. What is habituation is accepting tinnitus and getting used to tinnitus. Okay, now all of you are sitting, fan is running. Okay, is fan making noise? Yes. So unless I say that fan is making noise and I am bringing its attention to you, your auditory system is getting the fan sound, but you are not paying attention to fan sound. Why? Because all of you have gotten habituated to the fan sound. So that's what you should lead the patient to. That is, even if the brain is producing sounds, what happens is you will be teaching techniques such that they won't be able to pay attention to it. They would have gotten habituated, accepted it. Why are you not paying attention to the fan noise? Why? Because you know that that is not dangerous. It is not something which is harmful to you. So once you know that, what happens is you will get used to it. So that's what you would be telling them or teaching the patients, such that they would be getting habituated to the tinnitus. So it's easy to get habituated, but what helps is, we should be using sound therapy to help them get habituated. Another common mistake that all as audiologists we do is, we tell them to ignore tinnitus. Okay, it is not easy to ignore tinnitus, because if I tell you to not think about monkeys, your mind automatically goes towards that. So that's what it is. You should not think about tinnitus. It's not the advice that you actually should give. Tell them that you accept tinnitus. Let it be there. Why? Because this is not something dangerous to you. It's just a sound that you are getting because of your negative association or because of your hearing loss. Once you accept your tinnitus, so then it is easy to get habituated. To help them habituate, what we do is, we do something called as sound therapy, where we add external sound. Okay, so there may be patient likes to listen some instrumental music, soothing instrumental music, have that in background. Okay, anything which the person likes listening to, I am repeating, any sound that the person likes listening to is what you give it as a as a soothing sound. Because there are waterfall sound, there are apps that are available, there are multiple sounds that you can give. So you give the option to the patient. It should not be an audiologist's choice. You give them an option, any sound which the person likes listening to. Why it is important is, if you are forcing them to listen to the sound for 5 to 6 hours, again he'll feel that I have to listen to this. Because of that, again the negative thing starts and the tinnitus won't reduce. So I have done a sound therapy with patients with just listening to FM radio. Even that is also okay, because the person should like listening to somebody who doesn't have an app or doesn't know to play maybe a YouTube music, etc. So keep that in mind. Most important part as audiologists which we missed is something called as mixing point. What is the intensity at which the sound has to be played? Okay, so that's what we all of us miss. So what is that is, it should be at the mixing point or blending point. That is, you increase the intensity of the sound such that the tinnitus is just audible. I repeat, person has tinnitus, you are increasing the volume of the sound such that tinnitus is completely masked, and just reduce 1 or 2 steps. I repeat, tinnitus is audible, but just audible. For example, if the tinnitus sound is at 30 dB, you will be giving noise at 25. That is, tinnitus is just 5 dB above the noise or the sound therapy that you are giving. So that's what is important. Why? Because generally another tendency is, give masker which completely masks the tinnitus. What happens is, when the masker switches off, again the tinnitus comes back, boom. So that should not be there. Where person is hearing the tinnitus, but along with that it is masking. Okay. So to make them understand this, I give this classic example. Imagine you are in a dark room and a candle is lit. Where your attention would go? Attention would go to the candle. If your lights are on and then the candle is still there, what happens? Your attention to the candle reduces, because you have other things to look at. The same thing we are doing in sound therapy, where in quiet situation we are adding a sound. So that is asking them to, have a contrast where, dark, this becomes, this is the most prominent thing, but when you have sound therapy, tinnitus goes to the background and the other soothing sound comes to the foreground. So that's how we do sound therapy, and I'm not telling you to switch off the candle. That's what important. Candle is still there, person is still hearing the tinnitus, but the intensity with which he is seeing the candle or listening to the tinnitus reduces. So that's what is a very important thing in sound therapy. Another point that all of you need to remember is even if a person has unilateral tinnitus, the sound therapy should be given bilaterally. Because research evidence has showed that if you give a sound therapy or ask the patient to listen to right ear, because he has tinnitus in right ear, the tinnitus can shift to the opposite side. Because tinnitus is basically a sound coming from the cortex, it can shift. So always give bilateral masker. Okay. So and this is what is habituation. That's what we need to tell them, that with time, okay, the tinnitus would gradually reduce. Okay, so it will reduce with time. So the whole idea of TRT is not to stop tinnitus. So that is what you have to tell them, that if the patient goes out of your clinic saying that my tinnitus should completely stop. That won't happen. You should tell them that if the distress that you are getting, the quality of life that is getting affected, that would reduce with time. And it's a slow process. Habituation happens in different stages like stage 1, 2, 3, 4, etc. I'll come to that. It's a slow process, but habituation is something which will definitely happen. Okay, and my patient would generally ask me this doubt, as in like, how long should I do this? After how long maybe I may get habituated. I give this classical example. I have given this in many talks where you would have heard me. Okay, so imagine I'm teaching all of you, and I go to the class, and to my class I take this. What is this? A tiger, unchained, sitting here. Okay, and I ask all of you, the students who are listening, to ignore the tiger and concentrate on what am I teaching. Will they be able to ignore the tiger? No, because irrespective of how many, the spinning wheels I do, how many quizzes I do, whatever running around I do, their entire attention will be on the tiger. Why? Because tiger, why are you afraid of tiger? Because it may attack you. Because tiger you have associated with limbic system. You have associated with autonomic nervous system. Your body is ready to flight, mainly not fight, so it is ready to run away. Okay, your autonomic nervous system is completely active. So having tinnitus is also like having a tiger in their mind. So that much strong would be the association. I just showed you a circle, but this is such a strong thing that has come in your mind. But the interesting part, or the important part, is now the tiger will come to my class, but all of you would be able to listen to my class. How does that happen? Is imagine the tiger comes to my class every day. Comes there, sits, goes back. Comes there, sits, goes back. It doesn't do anything, it just comes there, sits, goes back. Maybe after a month, after 2 months, after 3 months, what would happen? You would get habituated to the tiger. Your association with the limbic system, your negative association, what would happen? It would gradually start to reduce. Okay, and after maybe a semester, so tiger is there or not there, you know that it's just a tiger that would come and go. So that's what we do. We explain. And sound therapy is like, imagine the tiger is partially masked. Is it easy to ignore the tiger? Yes, compared to tigers standing like that. So that's what we do in sound therapy. We are partially masking. I'm not completely masking, because if I completely mask, then open the screen, then the tiger comes again. It is more fearful. That's what we're doing in sound therapy. But the most important thing that I tell them is realistic expectation. I ask the patient, did the fear of tiger go in a week? Will the fear of tiger go in 15 days? How long does it take for the fear of tiger to go? Depends upon how strong is their fear for tiger, or how strong is their association between tinnitus and the negative thing. Imagine a person had got tinnitus for 15 days, maybe within a week he may get habituated. So the fear of tiger goes up, depends on how strong your connection is. Somebody likes animals, his fear of tiger would go faster. Somebody is even afraid of dogs, the person may take even a year for the tinnitus to get habituated. So that's how you need to give them that realistic expectation. They'll understand, okay, this is the reason. This is how I need to give time. Okay, because they tried for a week and say nothing has happened, your therapy is not working. But once you make them understand that you should go long run, okay, fear for 1 week it doesn't go. So you should give them time for all that. Okay, and quickly, that's what I was telling. The tinnitus is a minimal problem. We just need a basic counseling, and sound therapy may not be necessary, but tinnitus is there for a longer time. These are the different theoretical concepts that we need to just remember. Okay, and if a person has hyperacusis associated with it, there's another way of management that we need to do. I'll just skip that. So tinnitus does have evidence. TRT does have evidence, but it doesn't have high level of evidence compared to a cognitive behavioral therapy. This is the one with the highest evidence. I won't want to go into details of cognitive behavioral therapy. Just in one slide, I'll quickly want to tell you how this is going to work. Yes. Till now we always focused on tinnitus, but we should focus on something other than tinnitus is what CBT tells us. So this is an example that I use. So who is he? Bumrah, that is Bumrah. Who is he? Maxwell, that is Maxwell, that is Bumrah. If Maxwell has to play Bumrah well, where his attention should be? On the bowler, okay, his attention should be on the bowler, the way he bowls, whether it's a Yorker, whether it's a slow ball, his attention should be there. Instead of focusing on the bowler, if his attention is on the umpire, okay, so the result expected is he would get bowled. So that's what is happening in individuals with tinnitus, and that's what a CBT is. Patient with tinnitus is focusing on tinnitus only. Okay, what is the intensity of the tinnitus, where is it coming, how is it changing, etc. But CBT works on the concept like instead of focusing on the tinnitus, we should be focusing on the thoughts that comes because of the tinnitus. What are the negative thoughts that are coming in? Okay, my life is getting affected, I'm not able to get sleep. All those negative thoughts that come in. So that's, Bumrah is your thoughts. Okay, umpire is your tinnitus. When your focus is on tinnitus only, then what happens is that's why you are failing. So rather than focusing on the tinnitus, let tinnitus be there. All my negative thoughts I am converting into more positive or rational by focusing on the thoughts. So that's what is the cognitive thing works. You focus on the thoughts, feelings and the behaviors. So that is actually getting changed. So something like this, where the person has a thought like I have tinnitus, my life is rotten. So alternate thought is I have tinnitus, but parts of my life are rotten and parts of my life are still good. Like the example of the black dog. Only this just one part, but rest of the part is still fine. You have a family, you have your work, you have so many other things to focus. So just accept the tinnitus and focus on the thoughts. So all these thoughts, you make them listed and give an alternate thought. So there are specific ways in which we do it, but generally you can give them that example, make them understand that it should the thoughts that are important and not the tinnitus. Just accept that tinnitus is what this says, and there are studies which talk about an audiologist can also do cognitive behavioral therapy. So because initially it was thought that only psychologists can do it, but audiologist delivered CBT also has equal effectiveness is what research shows. And whether drugs benefit, so drugs do not really benefit individuals with tinnitus, but psychiatric comorbidities like anxiety, depression may need drugs. But drugs on its own, like giving a ginkgo biloba, Tinair, all those medicines, ENT doctors give it, but mostly are placebo. An ENT doctor gives it, says that okay, tinnitus will go, that might go. There are like multiple ways people try to fool, but research-wise, there are no drugs which can actually cure tinnitus. But along with PRT, if you are giving drugs, there has been some evidence to show that it would benefit. And recent advances are these neuromodulation techniques. So we are going slightly towards neuromodulation. What is neuromodulation is? I told you tinnitus is because of the extra activation in the cortex. So what we do is there are techniques where we can reduce this extra activation. So like for example, there is something called as transcranial direct current stimulation. By giving current, what you can reduce is you can inhibit the activity that is going on in the cortex. You identify which are the regions that are hyperactive in patients with tinnitus. You place electrodes and give current. So this is used in psychiatry a lot, but people have been trying to do it in tinnitus management also. Or you can give a magnetic stimulation. Instead of current, you can also give a magnet, and you can vagus nerve stimulation is another thing that is happening. Transcranial direct current, magnetic and vagus nerve, other like invasive brain stimulation, all these are still in the research phase. That's why I'm not going into detail. None of them have proven to be beneficial for tinnitus, but this is something which is the future. Other future thing is people are working on genetics and tinnitus, so gene therapy is another area people are working for management of tinnitus. Till all those come up, as audiologists we should be able to manage it. Okay, so dietary, people say, ginkgo biloba, melatonin, zinc. If you Google, I have patients who say that I have stopped drinking coffee, or I have stopped taking alcohol, saying that it increases, okay, and things like that. A person who likes coffee and he stopped drinking coffee because of tinnitus, would cause tinnitus more. Because he starts negative thinking, and because of that his tinnitus would reduce. So what advice I give is, before you had tinnitus, whatever was your lifestyle, go back to that, live your life, because tinnitus should not ruin your life, because just an extra sound that is coming because of your hearing loss. So that's what you need to tell them and counsel. Another thing that we can also advise, that I advise, is also meditation or anything which makes them stress free. I had a patient whose wife forced the husband to go to yoga, get up early, go to yoga, because yoga reduces tinnitus, and that actually increased tinnitus because he didn't want to get up early, go to yoga and all those. But a person generally, a person likes it, depending upon his interest or any stress reduction strategies in terms of meditation and everything, you can easily do it. That reduces the stress, and indirectly that would reduce the tinnitus. Okay, so quickly to summarize, in terms of management, hearing aids, slight modifications if you do, that would definitely help. Tinnitus retraining therapy, I've given you a brief overview. We can always discuss more if you have any doubts. And cognitive behavioral therapy is another upcoming therapy which has highest level of evidence. And other methods are yet to prove its efficacy. So I think I'll stop at this point. I think I've completed 1 hour. So I'll try to answer as much as possible, but if you have any further doubts or anything to discuss, you feel free to contact me anytime, and we are okay to discuss. So,
Very well summarized, Prashant. It was an excellent presentation. Just to add on to whatever Prashant described about the psychiatric issues, we being there in the psychiatric setup, one thing where patients, when they have tinnitus in a severe stage, they get into is auditory hallucinations. Most of the time, the psychiatrists misdiagnose tinnitus as auditory hallucinations, and sometimes the patients also describe their schizophrenia as tinnitus, and they do not give the proper information to the psychiatrist. So I have seen a n number of patients where auditory hallucination patients who came to us were actually tinnitus patients, and the reverse also. The patients who were sent to us as tinnitus patients were literally schizophrenic patients. So that is one thing which we have to keep in mind. The second thing, TMS, transcranial motor stimulation. We have a project with DST. We are working with TBI and tinnitus. To be frank, I have not seen, there's no outcome at all. I feel that we have wasted DST. That's the truth. Last thing, on a lighter note, the longer you are married, your tiger example might not really work, because you know when you will be attacked, so we get used to it.
any other doubts, any other queries? Okay, so if not, we will end the session, but before we end, we had the water measurement. So we'll quickly do the water measurement and see who correctly judged it. So the answer for this is in a video. So how much water is there? What is the weight of the water is here? of water, they should learn to put that down and live the life that they have. So thank you everyone for your kind attention.
Thank you, sir, for the insightful session. The past 60 minutes was informative, engaging, and thought-provoking with positiveness. Your views on assessment and management of tinnitus has delivered a handful of valuable takeaways to practice in the field of audiology. We thank you, sir.
Speech scores, again, it is also something which is not really true. Some of the patients who have tumors can have 100% normal speech scores, which is SRT and SDS. And advanced testing, as I said, you go for LLR, MLR, P300. The more and more you test, the more and more you will detect retrocochlear pathology is also not true. Okay, you don't need the advanced testing. You don't have to follow the textbook rules. You don't have to follow the myths. What I'm trying to say is each test has a defined principle. And if you can understand that definition of the test, and if you are able to correlate with the clinical symptoms and the case history what you take, probably you will be able to break the ice when it comes to diagnosis of retrocochlear pathology. And I always tell my students, case history is the biggest tool you have. 70% of the time you can know whether it is a retrocochlear pathology, it's a cochlear pathology, whether it is psychogenic or the patient is malingering, 70% of the time. And I always tell them, speak to the patient. You speak to the patient, they'll tell you the diagnosis. Don't ask questions, speak. That is the difference between the medical practitioner and what we have been trained. Do you have hearing loss? He will say yes. Do you have ear pain? Yes. Do you have ear block? Yes. Do you have discharge? No. Do you have tinnitus? Yes. As Prashant was saying, we stop with tinnitus. Beyond that, it's nothing. We don't do anything beyond that. So you make it into a question and answer session rather than an interaction or you're asking a patient. Now a patient comes to the department with no hearing loss at all. Why is he coming? He should come with some purpose. You people are not trying to ask that. What do you ask? Do you have hearing loss? No complaint of hearing loss, no autological issues, no imbalance, no walking issues, no visual disturbance. Why has he come? He has not come to just get tested, or we are not called him to entertain him in any ways, right? So he has come with a purpose. Probably it could be pre-surgical evaluation. If it is pre-surgical evaluation, he might have had some symptoms. Swaying while walking, or probably episodic headaches. He could have had blurred vision, he could have had double vision. There are n number of neurological symptoms also which he could have had. So speak to the patient, ask him what is your issue, what happened. Then he'll say headache, since when, what is that, you just explain to me what is happening to you in the past 3 months, 4 months. By the time, and you will mark my words, you will spend exactly the same time if you do this way as much as you would be spending when you are doing a pro forma based case history. And this would give you a diagnosis by itself, and while pro forma will probably mislead you or probably lead you into a lot of confusions rather than giving you some diagnosis. Okay? So you have to come out of these myths before you start to diagnose patients with retrocochlear pathology. So, as I was saying, case history, when you start taking case history, there are multiple factors which you have to remember. One is primarily the setup. I think I checked it. Can you go back to the previous slide? Case history predominantly depends on what kind of setup you are working. Now if you are sitting in an ENT clinic where you know patient has CSOM, asking him 15 minutes about neurological symptoms is meaningless, correct? And if you are sitting in a neurological setup or a multi-speciality hospital, which a patient has come from Department of Neurology or Neurosurgery, you sit and ask him about earache, wax, ear discharge, again it is waste of time. So prioritize your questions, prioritize your case history, decide what you want to ask the patient. You can frame your next question based on the first question. That's all is the technique you have to follow. Don't have 10 sets of questions. I have seen people administering reels. Does your child walk? No, sorry. Does your child stand? If you speak like this to a patient, what kind of respect are we commanding? Will you go back to a doctor who asked you, do you have headache? Yes sir. Since when? 6 months. Wait, 1 minute. Again come. Which side headache you have? I asked a wrong question. Will you go back to the doctor once again? No. But you expect the patient to come back to you. When you do that, you speak to the mother, ask the mother when the child walked, what time, what age did the child sit, when was the head control. You can ask 10 questions and you can score 15 questions. It doesn't make any difference. So that way, don't get stuck with the pro forma based case history. I'm telling you, it is high time, come out of it. And generally, as I said, you don't require much advanced testing. Probably ABR is a very good tool to detect retrocochlear pathology. Most of the cases I tell you how to correlate your PTA and ABR and other things, but ABR as such is a very good tool if you know to use it properly. You really don't need to go to MLR, LLR. Of course we do all those things, but major part of our retrocochlear pathology diagnosis stops at ABR. Probably we want to probe it further, that is when we move to the other test. But if you know ABR, the kind of stimulus you need to use, the time window, or how exactly you have to search for your fifth peak, how exactly you have to see for interpeak latencies, intraoral latencies, the difference between two fifth peaks, and majorly if you know how to correct ABR waveform for your hearing loss, which is one major factor which most of them miss in their diagnosis. Easy to use. I am a big supporter of ABR. It is never a complicated test. It is one of the easiest electrophysiological tests in our field to use. Clinical data is available. You have extensive normative data over the age range, maybe from infancy to death. I think that is one test which has sufficient normative data, so you don't have to waste time in establishing any of the clinical normatives or trying and going and getting back to establishing a lab normatives, which is not really a necessity when you are doing ABR. But however, when you go to LLR, when you go to P300, I personally, I know some people don't believe, but I personally still believe your lab normatives do matter, especially higher the potential, better you have your own lab normatives. And it's not a test for threshold estimation. I will not discuss much on that. It is generally a test to test your auditory nerve synchrony, or it is test to the way the signal is transmitted. Threshold estimation is again an adopted or a derived clinical use from ABR, which is not the primary use of ABR. And you have a lot of flexibility with stimulus rate. You can use different stimulus, you can use speech, you can use tone, clicks, tone burst. So all this flexibility within an electrophysiological data, which is quick, which is easy, and you don't really need extra effort to test the patient. So that's the reason why ABR has become such an important clinical tool. So that's the very brief about the myths, the importance of case history and the importance of your ABR. Okay. To begin with, this is the first case. I will just present only 5 cases to you, and I have taken the cases across the spectrum. This patient came to us with bilateral hearing sensitivity within normal limits. I mean, patient came on evaluation. Patient was found to have normal hearing. The discrimination scores were almost 100%, which is again telling you what I told you previously. So patient need not have hearing loss, patient need not have affected speech scores. Acoustic reflex bilaterally absent. Again, we cannot go for any retrocochlear pathology diagnosis on that, because at least 40% of the patient do show absent acoustic reflex. Autoacoustic emissions bilaterally present. Now, if you see the whole thing here, none of these things are leading you to suspect retrocochlear pathology. But what happened during the case history was the patient was having on and off giddiness. The patient kept saying that he keeps getting giddiness. It is sometimes very severe, sometimes not severe. And when we started probing more, he is swaying towards right and left equally. He feels like falling to one side. So the typical symptoms which were related to giddiness. So when we went to probe giddiness further, okay, bilateral prolonged fifth peak latency, bilateral prolonged 1.5 latency with normal 1.3. Diagnosis was bilateral RCP. This is exactly the reason why we went to diagnosis at RCP. Can you see the fifth peak here? Is it clear? The fifth peak here is at 6 millisecond. Again the fifth peak here is at 6 millisecond. The third peak is within normal limits. The first peak is within normal limits. Here the third is slightly prolonged. Again first is within normal limits. This is not an accepted ABR for a person who has normal hearing with normal speech discrimination scores. Fine. So we suspected it to be a bilateral RCP, which in general with practice or with experience you will know it is only a bilateral tumor which can induce this kind of hearing loss. But the ABR prolongation is very clear, okay, and very evident. And on further evaluation, okay, I will skip. Can you see the tumor here? This is the tumor. This is a case of bilateral NF2. On MRI, this is what you see. This is a tumor which was there on both the sides. So your ABR prolongation is directly proportional to the tumor which is present on your NF2 at the neural level. Fine. So this is how you have to do. And just going back, this is just the other added information here. Monaural digit test was 100%, dichotic digit test was 90%. I mean, I have not to speak much on this, but this is another test where you can use to say whether the RCP is at the brainstem level, upper brainstem level, or the lower brainstem level. So you keep adding other tests. It will help you in fine-tuning your retrocochlear pathology diagnosis, but as such, it will not say that that is the test which is required for retrocochlear pathology diagnosis. Any tumor, it's very rare that it escapes the eye of an ABR. Okay? So this is how it would look on an MRI when it is done. This is the section. This is how it looks on animation. This is your cerebellum. So this is your cerebellum. This is your tumor. This is your occipital lobe. So this is how MRI looks when you do it for a patient with tumor. So you need not have hearing loss. As I said, there is no simple relation to the size of tumor and hearing loss. This is one important factor most of you should remember. If you see most of the studies or some of the literatures, they always relate tumor size with hearing loss. Tumor size with hearing loss is related only in particular locations where, for example, if it is in the auditory, if it is inside internal auditory canal, then the tumor size matters. If it is an epidermoid cyst, however big the tumor is, the tumor size does not alter your hearing at all, but it would show in your ABR. Right? So the second case which I will show you is decreased hearing in left ear for the past 1 month, low pitch tinnitus in the left ear. Ma'am is already writing questions for me. So history of pain in both ears, was under medication. I mean, I have just put the history very brief because I don't want to bore you with too many histories. Occasional headache. Okay. Now this is the audiogram which you see. You can see the PTA. Right is completely normal, left is relatively normal. Only there is a mild hearing loss in the high frequency, but if you take 500, 1 and 2, you see that PTA is within normal limits. Your SRT is in agreement. Your speech discrimination scores are also in agreement. Now when you did your OEE, bilateral OEE is present up to 2 kHz and one is present up to, left is present up to 2, right is present up to 3 kHz. So partially your OEs are also present and it is almost in agreement with your tone audiometer. When you do the ABR, is this present or absent? Can you be a little louder? I think we all had lunch. Absent? Both absent? All of you agree? Both absent. Which ear is the RCP then? Bilateral. How many of you say bilateral? Raise your hands, just for my understanding. How many of you will go with bilateral RCP? No one will go with bilateral. How many of you will go with right RCP? Just raise your hands if you have understood You want to see the audiogram? Once again, I'll show you the audiogram. This is the audiogram, okay, and this is the ABR. Both ears it is absent. So how many of you would say it is bilateral RCP? Okay, how many right RCP? Left RCP? Okay. It's a left RCP with brainstem involvement. I'll tell you exactly why. ABR is absent in both ears, right? But however, right is showing normal hearing, left side has started showing you a hearing loss. Though it is in a very mild degree, though you do PTA of 501 and 2, it shows normal PTA, but your left ear has started to show hearing loss, which means that the retroglobular pathology should be in the left ear. Now the question is, why your right ABR was absent? The right ABR was absent because the tumor is compressing the brainstem and stopping the signal in the contralateral ear to go. Fine. So if you see this animation, this is the brainstem. Okay, brainstem is supposed to be straight like this, but you can see the bulge in the brainstem. So the tumor size is so large that though it is not causing a significant hearing loss, but the tumor is compressing the brainstem, because of which the ABR is absent in the other side. So most of the time when this kind of absence of ABR you get with normal hearing and compression of brainstem, it should be an epidermoid cyst. Okay, so one was a straightforward bilateral ABR prolongation, the other one was both ABRs absent, but still you have to correlate it with your PTA to get a retroglobular pathology information. The third patient was decreased hearing in left ear since 4 years. Okay, gradual onset, it was progressive in nature, intermittent headache with nausea, imbalance while walking and swaying towards left side. Okay, no other pathological history, no significant history for the right ear. As such, patient did not say anything. And on evaluation, one side was relatively normal, though there is mild low frequency. I generally tend to ignore this kind of 5 dB, 10 dB differences when you are doing, when the other ear is really profound. And you have profound hearing loss on the left ear. Now this is the ABR of right ear. Okay, it is prolonged. It is almost at 6 milliseconds, if you can see. And this is the ABR of left ear. Left ABR is absent. Absent or present? Absent. Right is prolonged. Right is prolonged. Now which RCP is it? Right, I am telling you ABR is at 6 milliseconds. Which RCP is it? Right RCP? Why? Left is profound hearing loss. Because of profound hearing loss, your ABR is absent. Right ABR is prolonged. So which is the RCP? Which RCP? Which ear is the retroglobular pathology? Right. But I'll say this. Left. It's a left ear retroglobular pathology. No. This is exactly what I said. Always see the status of recording of the contralateral ear. Now, when you are seeing right side normal, right side ABR is prolonged. Left side, as such, as an audiologist, we cannot say there is a retroglobular pathology because it's profound hearing loss, ABR is absent. That is fine. But when the other ABR is prolonged with normal hearing, and when the other ear has profound hearing loss, there is no way that the other ear is spared. The ear which has profound hearing loss will have such a large tumor that it is causing hearing loss this side and it is compressing the other side. So when you have a patient who has unilateral hearing loss, that is the reason we always say any patient with unilateral hearing loss, you have to be very, very careful. Okay? We as an audiologist, we might say, not the case of RCP, etc. But there are always possibilities of doing this in the diagnosis of some kind of tumor. So in a patient with unilateral hearing loss, it is always better to get a neurological or neurosurgical evaluation done. However, if the other side is prolonged, then you can confirmly say that the other ear has a RCP or there is a tumor in the other ear which is compressing the brainstem, because of which the contralateral ABR is being prolonged. Can you see the tumor? Again, if you see all these tumors, this is the brainstem. The brainstem should be like this. The brainstem is like this. Okay? So the brainstem is pushed inside, because of which there is the ABR prolongation. I think this is little more clear. Just for understanding, I put the animation. Can you see the extent to which the brainstem can be pushed to the other side? That's the reason your ABR on the other side is absent. So the next case, clear, one is profound hearing loss, one is bilateral normal, bilateral prolongation, bilateral absent, plus 1 year absent, and the other year being prolonged. This case had reduced hearing in right ear for 3 years, tinnitus in right ear for 1 month, vertigo for 1 month. Okay, this is his audiological profile. PTA showed 33.3. Left ear was normal, A-type reflexes present, DPO is present, ABR was normal. Correct. When ABR was normal, we were still not able to address the issues of his vertigo complaints. So we just went ahead and we did the VIM studies. So the CVIM and OVIM results are given. If you could see, the CVIM is almost present both the sides. I think I have the waveforms. I think I have the waveforms also. The CVIM is present both the sides. Okay. This is slightly, amplitude is slightly higher, but as long as it is bilateral, I still don't mind. Some people do argue on that, but I still, I go with my gut feeling that if it is bilaterally large amplitude, still we can consider it. And when you do OVIM, your right side OVIM is absent, which means the right side you are stimulating and left side you are recording, it's absent, and your left OVIM is normal. Okay, so this is the indication. CVIM bilateral present with normal latency and amplitude. It is normal vestibular collicular reflex pathway, collic reflex pathway. Again for OVIM it is left vestibular ocular reflex pathway, and OVIM right indicates vestibular ocular reflex pathway dysfunction. Okay, this is a general diagnosis which we write based on OVIM. Now with this VIM results, what could be the possible site of lesion? So we count down on these 3 things, or we just write down that these 3 could be the possible site of lesion. One could be a utricle, one could be a superior vestibular nerve, the other one could be a upper brainstem lesion, because that is what the pathway of OVIM is. So to go to the diagnosis, we needed further evaluation, and when we did VII, head impulse test, this is exactly the results what we got. So I don't know how many of you are well versed with this head impulse test, but this is left anterior, left lateral, left posterior. One is for the left side, the other one is for your right side. Right anterior, right posterior, and right lateral. If you see, all right side is reduced. The gain for the VOR gain for right side is reduced, and you can see lot of saccades in your right side alone. So based on this, now utricle ruled out as semicircular canals are also affected. Once VHIT is affected, then your utricular function is normal. So you cannot take it as, we brought it down to 3 structures. One could be utricular, one could be vestibular nerve, and another one could be a superior. So superior vestibular nerve ruled out as the canals are affected again. It turned out to be a right CP angle neoplasm. Okay. So what I am trying to say is, I mean, if you are not seeing VHIT, this might not be making any sense, but anyway I will tell you. Generally, it is the plane that is affected if it is peripheral. If your left anterior is affected, what is the other one? Right posterior will be affected. If it is right posterior, left anterior. It is vice versa. It is the plane which is always affected. You cannot have one full side of right affected in the peripheral pathology. You cannot have right anterior, right posterior, right lateral until and unless you have some kind of central lesions which could be a CP angle tumor. This is one such case which I saw. Amongst few cases which I saw, ABR did not pick up. But when we suspected this could be a retrocochlear pathology and we sent it to neurosurgery, they diagnosed it as right CP angle neoplasm. This is one case which was diagnosed as ANSD and which was sent to us. Gradual onset and progressive hearing loss for the past 3 years. No complaint of pathological history. Patient was evaluated outside and found to have moderate hearing loss, and patient was already diagnosed to have auditory neuropathy spectrum disorder. He was referred to the department for further neurological evaluation. He was sent to neurological department, neurology, not to our department. He was diagnosed as ANST and sent there. And generally at NIMANS, you come with any report from outside, they will make sure the patient is again evaluated at NIMANS. So patient was sent back to the department saying that the patient has auditory neuropathy, kindly do the NIM. So when we did the evaluation, this is the audiogram we got and this is the ABR we got. Bilateral OEs are present. So how many of you say this is ANST? Or how many of you say this is not ANST? Probably my title has already given the answer, so. Does it look like ANSD to most of you? At least does it look like ANSD? The audiogram, it could vary. Audiogram could be from normal to profound, right? So that is their OEs are present, bilateral ABRs are absent. But what made us suspect was he had typical neurological symptoms. Again, I told you what case history can give you. This is exactly what case history gave me. He had imbalance, he had numbness, weakness, on and off visual issues. Okay, so he always felt that he is giddy, he is falling to one side, either right or left. He had numbness in his legs. He had on and off visual disturbances, which again could be there in secondary ANSDs also. But his responses for PTA was so consistent and his history was so clear that it did not convince me that he has auditory neuropathy. Means we have seen so many patients, so definitely auditory neuropathy, even when the patient is walking in 50% of the time, we will know whether the patient is ANSD. That is age of onset, or the way they walk, the way they speak, the way they understand what we are trying to say. And especially if it is a long-standing ANSD for 5 or 6 years, they will start searching for visual cueing, lip reading. But this patient did not show any of those things, and because of which we suspected patient could have an RCP, and we sent him to neurosurgery, and finally they diagnosed this to be a case of NF2. So the patient was diagnosed as ANSD in a private setup. The patient was referred to neurology. From neurology they were sent to speech pathology for rehabilitation or further management. But when we repeated the evaluation, we found that it is a case of NF2. So even a pattern which follows a typical given formula or a yardstick for diagnosis, still you can think out of the box when you have something to suspect. And that comes only when you have a solid evidence in the form of case history, or when you are able to pick up the small important factors in the audiogram of your ABS. So this is another case, complaint of reduced hearing in left ear since 4 months, complaint of giddiness since 2 months, no other pathological history. Okay, so if you see the PTA, again it is almost everything is near normal. I will not go into the smallest minute difference, but it is almost near normal. This is audiological, acoustic reflexes, and this is your ABR, right? Now one side is completely absent, your left is absent. Your right side ABR is prolonged, or is it normal? How many of you say normal? How many of you say it's prolonged? It's normal. Morphology is slightly poor, but I am asking the latencies, is it normal? It is a noisy waveform, I agree with you completely. This is a noisy waveform, there is extensive noise, but still there is a clear defined peaks. Now we did VEMP on this patient because the patient also had giddiness. Again, left side VEMP was absent, right side VEMP was slightly prolonged but still fairly good enough waveform. And when we did OVEMP, to our surprise, bilateral OVEMP was absent. Though your ABR answered the question, I am telling you what is the importance of adding subsequent tests. For example, vestibular test, anything, dichotic digit test, it could be, or other temporal processing test, etc. etc. So bilateral O-vamp was absent, one side C-vamp was absent, the other side ABR is absent, right? So it is consistently showing left RCP. But what can you say beyond left RCP? So it is suggestive of left RCP, okay? It is a upper brainstem involvement. You can just either stop at saying RCP, or by adding the test, as I told you earlier, you can differentiate upper brainstem, lower brainstem. Because bilateral O-vamp is absent, it should be a upper brainstem lesion. So you know the O-vamp pathway which goes to the contralateral, it crosses over and goes to the contralateral muscles to elicit the responses. So when it is bilaterally absent and when the ipsilateral pathway and bilateral upper brainstem pathway is compromised, then it is a CP angle epidermoid or a CP angle. We may not be able to clearly say exactly the kind of tumor, but since the hearing was quite normal, we suspect it to be an epidermoid cyst and it is a upper brainstem lesion. Okay, so you can use the tests to say upper brainstem, lower brainstem by adding test, or you can stop at ABR level just by saying it could be a retrocochlear pathology. So last patients, okay. This patient had blurring of vision since 2 weeks, intermittent headache, no tinnitus, no hearing loss. Okay, this is his audiology profile. Again, if you see here, you can see that right PTA is 51, left is normal, and right ABR is prolonged, left ABR is completely normal. And if you see VEMP, bilateral C-VEMP is normal, correct? Right, he has mild hearing loss, around 50 dB hearing loss, moderate, but C-vamp is normal. If you see this, one O-vamp is normal, one O-vamp is affected. This is a summary. Okay, so it could write RCP with the lower brainstem involvement. So you can come to this level of diagnosis also based on your audiological test. So with adding of VEMP, right now VEMP, we are able to say whether it's a upper brainstem, lower brainstem. Earlier we were able to say whether it is brainstem compression or not. With ABR, with the contralateral recording, we will say brainstem compression or brainstem involvement, all those things. But now with adding VEMP, dichotic digit test was there from the beginning, but however, since it is more subjective, there are always a lot of queries about the dichotic digit test. As such, a test to say upper brainstem, lower brainstem lesion. But with VEMP, a more objective measurement, we can still say it is an upper brainstem or lower brainstem involvement. Okay, so thank you, and I thank the organizers for this opportunity to share my small experience. Any questions?
The context of normal findings that you had in the bilateral NF2 case.
Yes, ma'am.
So, how would you suspect NF2 bilateral? Is it always bilateral?
Ma'am, most of the time NF2 being unilateral is very rare, and it is multi-site generated. So I have not seen unilateral NF2 until now. NF2 I have seen with hearing loss, without hearing loss, all kind of audiogram patterns I have seen, but I have not seen unilateral NF2 as such. If it is unilateral, then they just don't go with the diagnosis of NF2. They would take biopsy, or they will wait for the incision biopsy to confirm whether it is NF2 or not. But if it is multi-site, then generally they go with the diagnosis of NF2. Yes, ma'am. So one with hearing loss, again it depends on the site where exactly it is. So NF2 will not be always in the internal auditory canal also. If it is outside or it's inside, that defines the hearing loss per se. So you have hearing loss varying from normal to even severe losses I have seen, but it is always bilateral. 99% of the time bilateral.
In that case, wherever you found hearing to be normal,
yes,
would over the time the
probably, yes, definitely they will develop hearing loss over the time.
Okay, thank you.
My question is regarding another case which is ANST. So,
The one which I showed here.
no sir, this is a
You have
totally
that.
unrelated case. So if there was a study which we had referred recently, so in that they have taken babies who born with hyperbilirubinemia and they did ABR and they chose babies who had absent ABR and presence of cochlear microphonics. On follow-up, most of the babies improved and they called it as they termed it as transient ANST. So my doubt is, how do we differentiate between then AMD? How do we know whether it is AMD or even if there is a transient ANST?
That's a very good question. Actually, I did not put. We had 2 or 3 publications on transient ANSD and resolving ANSD. Transient ANSD is something which we are seeing of late. Earlier, it was told here and there, but with more and more disorders, neurological conditions like hypomyelinating leukodystrophy, kernicterus, and most of the cases where they get back to normal, the auditory system, whenever it is able to come out of the brain barrier, it is coming back to normalcy. That is when they call it as transient ANSD. That is the reason the diagnosis when you have cochlear microphonics, when you have OEEs, that's the reason they put it into auditory neuropathy spectrum disorders. When you say spectrum, there is always a possibility of having some patients who might have maturation delay also. How you will differentiate? You generally call the patient for follow-up, and in case of transient ANSDs will not come back to normal. They might have first episode of transient ANSD and they will become a patient or a child with auditory maturation delay, and the maturation delay will become normal. So if you take any patient with auditory maturation delay, there is always a possibility that that patient might have, for example, you are seeing a patient at 6 months of age, patient has maturation delay. How sure are you that that patient did not have ANSD? So there is always a possibility of that child having had ANSD, and after the transient episode, that child is coming into maturation delay. Whatever you see at that point of time, you have to go with the diagnosis. If you see cochlear microphonics, ABR is absent, your diagnosis has to be ANSD. And after 3 months, when you follow up the child and you see a 5th peak or you see a 1st peak, depending on where exactly the maturation is happening, then at that point of time, you diagnose it as auditory maturation delay. But that's the reason it is called a spectrum. You can have, and we have published a patient where we had, based on the ABR, we had reported resolving ANSD. So based on the cochlear microphonics and the ABR prolongation, it could be a resolving ANSD also. So maturation delay can be missed, or it could be part of your ANSD.
Thank you, sir.
So, thank you.
Thank you for filling the post-lunch session with your interesting case discussion, sir. We thank you for your presence and the enlightening session. Moving on to the next session of the day by Dr. Aruvadai Nambi. Sir is currently working as an Associate Professor of Audiology at Kasturba Medical College, Mangalore. He has completed his Bachelor's and Master's from All India Institute of Speech and Hearing, Mysore. He has completed his PhD from Kasturba Medical College, Mangalore in 2017. He is in charge of Audit Scheme at KMC Mangalore and Newborn Screening Assessment Center at Lady Goshen Hospital, Mangalore. He has served as a guide for several dissertations, conference presentations, clinical and journal clubs. I request Dr. Aruvadai Nambi to enlighten his idea on the topic hearing aid verification in pediatrics and adults. We welcome you, sir.
I would like to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity, and I also would like to apologize for physically not being present there. Due to the unforeseen circumstances, I had to convert my physical mode of presentation to online mode of presentation. Now moving on to the topic, hearing aid fitting and verification in adult and pediatrics. Generally the hearing aid fitting starts off with basic audiological assessment, which tells us whether he requires a medical line of management or is a candidate for hearing aid. Once we determine that he is a possible candidate for hearing aid, we do perform some pre-fitting assessment, and this pre-fitting assessment can be generally of two types. One is questionnaire based, other one is objective test, including speech perception quiet and noise. Based on this questionnaire and the objective test, we decide an optimum hearing aid. That is, we select an hearing aid and then fit it to the individual. Once the hearing aid is fitted, we need to verify whether this fitted hearing aid is benefiting the individual. Okay. Generally, the benefit assessment, we do it in terms of two things. One is verifying the audibility, whether in all the frequencies does the hearing aid provide adequate audibility. Once we ensure that the audibility is adequate across all the frequencies, does it translate into a speech perception benefit? So that we do it by administering some speech perception test. Once we ensure that this hearing aid is benefiting the individual in terms of audibility and speech understanding, individual is prescribed with the hearing aid and then he is sent to the real world situation. Once the individual uses the hearing aid in the real world situation for sufficient duration, the patient is called back, maybe after a month, then you administer some questionnaire to understand whether this individual is really satisfied with the hearing aid use in the real world. So after the basic audiological assessment, we do a pre-fitting assessment to determine the candidacy for hearing aid, also to select the optimum hearing aid. So the questionnaire forms one of the important component of pre-fitting assessment. These questionnaires can be a validated one, or we can have our own tailor-made questionnaire for the clinic. This questionnaire will help us understand the communication difficulties faced by the patient, and also what is his expectations from the hearing aid and the perceived handicap. For example, the one in this picture, some individuals may have a hearing loss, but they do not admit that they have a hearing loss. These are the candidates who are difficult to manage while selecting the hearing aid. So the questionnaire would also tell about loudness judgment, which helps in fine-tuning of the hearing aid, and also whether the patient is motivated to use the hearing aid. Often the patients who are not motivated to use the hearing aid do not benefit from the hearing aid, or they are not satisfied with the hearing aid. Now moving on to the fitting of the hearing aid. While fitting the hearing aid, we often overlook the parameter which is important for speech intelligibility as well as comfort, which is MPO. As an audiologist, we always focus on the gain, but we often ignore the MPO of the hearing aid. The MPO of the hearing aid tells us what is the maximum possible output of the hearing aid. Let's consider a speech signal. Okay, here the speech signal has a slowly varying amplitude over time. Assume that this has an intensity of 75 dB at this instance and 30 dB input at this instance and 70 dB intensity at this instance. And we are applying a nonlinear gain of 33 dB to this 75 dB input, 50 dB of gain to this 30 dB input, and 75 dB of gain to this 70 dB input. So after the amplification, the output is supposed to be 108, that is 70 dB input plus 33 dB of gain is 108. And the output is supposed to be 80 dB here, and the output is supposed to be 105 here. But assume that the MPO of the hearing aid is set at 100. That is, the hearing aid can give the maximum output of only 100. In that case, the output in this instance cannot be 108. This will be chopped off at 100. Similarly, even this will be chopped off at 100. So, the speech which is supposed to be varying from 108 to 80 to 105 will be varying only between 100 to 80, then 80 to 100. Okay. So this has a negative implication speech intelligibility because it restricts the natural amplitude variation of the speech. So as we saw in the previous slide, the MPO can have implication in speech intelligibility, but how do we determine the MPO of the hearing aid? Now, most hearing aids prescribe the frequency specific MPO based on the loudness discomfort level or UCL data. Okay. So most of the fitting softwares determine the MPO of the hearing aid based on the frequency specific UCL that we enter in the fitting software. But what happens if we don't enter the fitting, what happens if you don't enter the UCL or the frequency specific LDL of the patient. In that case, the fitting software will automatically determine the MPO of the hearing aid based on the normative data. Some prescriptive formulas do prescribe or do predict UCL based on the threshold, but some fitting formula do not prescribe MPO. Then how do these fitting formulas predict the LDLs? Okay. So often these fitting formulas predict the LDLs based on the normative data. That is, these normative data are collected from a large group of population, okay, having a similar degree of hearing loss. Now let's consider this study by Wendler and Coley. So they have taken a large group of individuals having a 40 dB of hearing loss, similarly large group of individuals having a 60 dB of hearing loss, okay, and then measured the LDL in all these individuals. If you see, the measured individuals, the measured LDLs can be widely varied. For example, when in 40 dB of hearing loss, some patient has the LDL of as low as 70 dB, but some patients have the LDL of 130 dB. That means two different patients having the same degree of hearing loss can have two different LDLs. Okay, but when you average across all the participants, the value lies somewhere around 100 dB. Okay. So now what happens in this case? Okay, now when you enter the threshold as 40 in the fitting software, the fitting software predicts the individual's LDL to be 100, but it is possible that this individual may have a LDL of 70 and he may have a LDL of 130. So in some cases the LDL can be more than his actual LDL, but in some cases the LDL can be lesser than his actual LDL. Now, is it a problem even we prescribe an inappropriate MPO? Okay. So if you fit an MPO that is higher than the individual LDL, then it will always cause a loudness discomfort, so the individual may not use the hearing aid regularly. Okay. So when it is too high, when the MPO is too high, so the person will be automatically reducing the gain, so making the sound too soft and often causing inaudibility and then resulting in poor speech perception. And the individual may stop using the hearing aid in loud situations, once again missing out on the benefit of hearing aid. And because of this negative experience, he may stop using the hearing aid. Now, what happens if the MPO is set unnecessarily lower than the actual LDL of the individual? Okay. So in that case, what happens is, as we discussed in the previous slide, when the peaks are chopped off, the speech clarity will be lost because the amplitude variations are minimized. And also the signal to noise ratio also can be reduced. So in this example, the yellow one represents the noise and the blue one is speech. Now if you had set the MPO which is lesser than the actual LDL, let's assume that the MPO is set here. Now what will happen? The peak will be limited to this level. So the speech peak level is reduced, whereas the noise level remains as it is, thus reducing the overall SNR. Okay. So setting the MPO which is lower than the individual's LDL, it can affect the speech intelligence in white as well as noise by reducing the actual signal to noise ratio. Okay. So, but in our clinic, is it really feasible enough to measure frequency specific LDL to all the individuals? Okay. So it is agreed that yes, it is time consuming process because apart from estimating the air condition threshold and bone condition threshold, we need to estimate the LDL. But one advantage is the LDL is often flat. Okay. So if you remember the equal loudness contours, so only the threshold is highly variable. Okay. So at low frequencies, we require more intensity to detect the sound when compared to the mid frequencies. But if you keep increasing the intensity at a higher level, the curve becomes almost flat, which means the loudness discomfort level varies slightly across all the frequencies. So because of which, if we measure two frequencies, the LDL in two frequencies, we will be able to interpolate the LDL for other frequencies. Okay. So often it is recommended to measure one in the low frequency, one in the high frequencies, and then interpolate the LDL. Okay, so research recommends to measure LDL at 500 Hz and 3000 Hz. Bentler et al. Recommends to measure at 750 Hz and 3 kHz and then extrapolate the values. Extrapolate and interpolate the values. Okay. And the estimating the LDL also depends on the accurate estimation of LDL also depends on what kind of instruction we give. Yes, often we given verbal instruction saying that LB keep increasing the intensity and you have to tell at what level it becomes uncomfortable. But some clients do get confused with the loudness and the discomfort. Sometimes they may respond whenever the sound is really loud, but it does not cause any discomfort. Okay. So, but in that case, use of any such chart. Okay. Start with the pictorial representation and telling the individual as you increase the intensity, you tell the individual to select any one of these ratings. And using such a rating scale with the pictorial representation provides the reliable estimate of loudness discomfort level. And next, while fitting the hearing aid, we often enter the air condition threshold. Many times we miss out on bone conduction threshold. However, the plotting both air conduction and bone conduction thresholds are very important because it has implication in setting up of MPO as well as the gain. For example, the DSL fitting formula increases the UCL value by 25% based on the ABG cap. Okay. So this also results in a small increase of target amplification. And the NAL prescriptive formulas always decide the gain based on the sensory neural component and then add the gain equal to 70% of the conductive part of the loss. So therefore it becomes important to enter both air conduction and bone conduction threshold. And another point to note here is when we are entering the bone conduction threshold, it has to be a true bone conduction threshold. So often at the low frequencies, the bone conduction thresholds could be because of the tactile sensation, and the high frequency it could be due to the acoustic radiations. So some correction factors needs to be added for this tactile sensation and acoustic radiations. So we often recommend to add 15 to 20 dB of correction factor at 4 kHz to account for these acoustic radiations and also for improper RETFL values. But when you know that at 250 Hz the bone conduction threshold could be because of tactile sensation, it is advisable to plot the BC threshold at the AC or do not plot the BC at all at the low frequency. Next thing is selecting the transducer. Okay. As we saw in the previous slide, the gain is prescribed based on the hearing threshold data that we enter. But we enter the hearing threshold data in terms of dBHL, but we always interested in the real ear sound pressure level. It's not the dBHL that we are interested in. It is the sound pressure level in the ear canal that is important for hearing and fitting. So the dBHL data needs to be converted into real ear SPL, okay, which is done automatically by the software, but for which you need to specify what was the transducer used. Okay, most of the time the fitting software do ask what was the transducer used to measure the hearing threshold. Okay, why it asks is because there are different types of transformations used to convert dBHL data into real ear SPL data. For example, for headphone, the real ear to dial different data is added. For insert earphone, real ear to coupler different data is added, and for prefill it is real ear unaided gain data which is added. Okay, by adding a transducer specific correction factor, the dBHL data is converted to dBSPL. So the threshold is converted to real ear dBSPL, which is further subjected to gain calculation. Now moving on to the gain prescription. So we use a prescriptive formula to prescribe a gain, and this prescriptive formula can be broadly categorized into validated prescriptive formula and proprietary fitting formula. Most of the time, by default, the fitting software do select the manufacturer specific fitting formula. In this case of Phonak, it is called as Adaptive Phonak Digital. And Gen Resound use something called Audiogram Plus. The manufactured fitting formulas are either created from scratch or they are modified based on validated fitting formulas. So often the manufactured prescribed gain deviated from the validated fitting formula. So the question is whether to go for a manufacturer specific fitting formula or to go for a validated fitting formula. Since wide literature supporting the use of validated fitting formula, it is always better to go for a validated fitting formula. Unless otherwise, the validated fitting formula do not have provision for special feature that is present in the hearing aid. Okay. So if the validated fitting formula do not have provision for prescribing gain for a specific feature, it is always ideal to go for a validated fitting formula. Among the validated fitting formula, NAL-NL2 and DSL are the two widely studied fitting formulas. There are published evidences indicating both the positives of NAL-NL2 as well as DSL version 5. But if the question is which one is better, NAL-NL2 or DSL version 5, I would say that is highly individual specific. Now moving on to the verification. We often use aided audiogram for verifying the hearing aid fitting, but I would recommend to use a real ear measurement as it helps in providing various useful information. The first thing is the real ear measurement provides good frequency oscillation, whereas the aided audiogram, we measure the discrete frequencies like 250, 500, 1K, 2K, 4K, whereas the real ear measurement can be measured on a continuous frequency, thereby providing a better frequency resolution. Another advantage of real ear measurement over aided audiogram is the information about the suprathreshold audibility is available with real ear measurement, but it is not available in the aided audiogram. Now, what is the suprathreshold audibility is how much of the amplified information is above the hearing threshold. Now, for example, if a person's hearing threshold is 60 dB and the amplified output is 80 dB, then say the suprathreshold audibility is 20 dB. Okay, such information is available in the real ear measurement. Now, let's take an example of a case here. Now, the hearing threshold at 500 Hz is 80 dB. Okay. Now, let's take an input of 60 dB and the amplified by this blue color line. The gain function showed in blue color line. Okay. The 60 dB input is amplified to the level of 90 dB. Okay. Now, what happens is the individual hearing threshold is 80, but whereas is amplified output is 90 dB, which is just 10 dB above the hearing threshold. Okay. Now, the same input is given with a different gain, that is represented the green color. That is, blue and green are differed only in terms of the compression characteristic. Assume that the same input intensity provided the gain represented in the green color curve. The 60 dB input is amplified to the level of 85 dB. Okay. So in both the cases, the aided audiogram, okay, do not tell how much of the information is available. In both the cases, individual would just respond to the sound. That's it. Whether it is 5 dB above the hearing threshold or 10 dB above the hearing threshold, that information we will not. We will just know what is the lowest level that can be detected with the hearing aid. Only that information is available. As we discussed in the previous slide, the audibility information can be easily obtained from the real ear measurement data. Now, in this graph, what we see here is the hearing threshold, which is represented as a red color line, and the green color line is the target gain. And the target gain is the gain which is prescribed by a validated fitting formula. Now, we see many graphs like pink, red, and black. All these are the real ear aided response. That is, with hearing aid in place, with the hearing aid in the ear, what is the amplified output in the ear canal. Now, if you see this pink color line, at 200 Hz, the real ear aided response at 2 kHz is almost 15 to 20 dB above the hearing threshold. At 1 kHz also it is almost 15 to 20 dB above the hearing threshold. So, by comparing the real ear aided response with hearing threshold data, the amount of audibility information can be derived. Okay. For a good speech intelligibility, at the speech frequencies, the aided audibility has to be at least 15 to 20 dB. Okay. Now, it is often thought that in the real ear measurement, we always have to match the target gain. Okay. So we measure something called relay insertion gain. That is, with hearing aid, what is the sound pressure level in the ear canal? Without hearing aid, what is the sound pressure level in the ear canal? By comparing these two, we can derive a relay insertion gain. That relay insertion gain is supposed to match the target gain that is represented by the green color line. But that is not always the case. Sometimes we give a gain in such a way that the real ear insertion gain, the measured real ear insertion gain match the target gain, but the patient may not be satisfied. He may be, he may tell you to turn down the volume a little bit. But it is still okay. You can go ahead and reduce the gain, provided that your real ear aided response is well above the hearing threshold. So what I am trying to say is, matching the REID to the target gain is not always mandatory. Okay? So based on the patient's feedback, you can reduce the gain, but you have to cross-check with the REAR that the real ear aided response is well above the hearing threshold, at least 15 to 20 dB above the hearing threshold. It indicates that in the ear canal, in situ real ear aided response provides adequate audibility, and you can say that the audibility is verified. Now, another tool that is available in most of the real ear measurement is visible speech mapping. That is, for an input of a speech signal, the hearing aid output can be visualized in the ear canal. Okay. Similar to a real ear measurement, a probe microphone can be placed inside the ear canal, so which will monitor the amplified output by the hearing aid. So this can be visualized for a live speech. So you fit the hearing aid and speak to the individual. You can ask a question or you can ask them to repeat the sentences. For a live input speech, what is the aided output in the ear canal? Now in this example you can see, for a live speech, the amplified output is well above the hearing threshold only in the mid-frequency, that is somewhere between 500 to 2 kHz. The aided output is above the hearing threshold. But beyond 2 kHz, the amplified output is below the hearing threshold. Okay. Now in this case, what happens is, though the patient repeats your speech in a quiet situation, that could be only because of the audibility in the mid-frequencies. But you need to do some more fine-tuning to ensure that even this amplified output is shifted above the hearing threshold. This amplified output in the high frequency should be shifted above the hearing threshold. Okay. Such valuable information about the audibility across the frequencies can be obtained by the traditional real ear insertion gain procedure as well as this visible speech mapping procedure. Here is another example of real ear measurement. Okay. This is the patient who reported to us with a complaint of feedback in the hearing aid. Okay. On an observation, it indicated that yes, there was a feedback in the hearing aid in a regular interval. Okay. So initially, we assumed that it could be the feedback algorithm, misinterpret feedback. So often, this feedback algorithm works by presenting additional sound which is opposite of the phase. Okay, so we thought the feedback algorithm could be wrongly interpreting some signal as feedback, and it is generating the inverted phase signal in a regular interval. Okay, so when the hearing aid was placed and the real ear measurement was performed, you can make out that the signal was at, there's a peak at 750 Hz and it's harmonics. Okay, so the feedback was regularly present at 750 Hz, but the closer observation of the gain and output, it clearly indicated that at these frequencies, the output was well below the feedback threshold. Okay, so this indicates that it is not a problem due to the feedback. It could be an internal malfunction with the hearing aid, which was sent for repair, and after the servicing, the problem was sorted out. The real ear measurement also gives information about the working condition of the hearing aid. Okay. Here is another example of the client. Okay, the data I retrieved later. Okay. So the patient came to us with the complaint of reduced output of the hearing aid. She said, literally I don't hear anything with the hearing aid. Okay. So when the hearing aid was connected to the software, it was detected and then when we program the hearing aid to the fitted target, when the hearing aid was programmed to match the target, the patient did report that the output was too soft. Okay, so if you have not performed the relay measurement, I would assume that the patient may not have realized the benefit. But when we did the relay measurement, now you can see the blue color line as the relay aided output. Okay. So, though the hearing aid was connected to the software and programmed to match the target, but still the output was very low. Okay. So in this case, if a relay measurement was not done, you would have wrongly interpreted the hearing aid benefit. You would have simply assumed that yes, the hearing aid is benefiting, but the patient does not realize. Probably would have increased the gain by little bit amount, and I would have counseled the patient. Just because the hearing relay measurement was performed, we didn't actually understood the problem with the hearing aid. So, with this, what I would like to highlight is the relay measurement test. It can give useful information about the audibility of hearing aid. So, it can help in the verification of audibility, and with the verification of audibility, we will be able to predict the speech intelligibility as well. And it also gives information related to working condition of the hearing aid. In some instances, it can help in troubleshooting as well. So, the relay measurement is a valuable tool in the clinical hearing aid fitting. Now, moving on to the fitting and verification of hearing aids in pediatrics. Okay. So, the early identification of hearing loss is meaningful only when it is accompanied by effective intervention program. Okay. So, the hearing impaired children develop near normal or normal speech language skills only when the hearing aid is fitted as early as possible. And currently, it is recommended that the intervention starts by at least 3 months. Okay. But the hearing aid fitting below 3 months is discretionary. For less than 3 months old child, it is often has to be decided based on case by cases, but it is not recommended below 3 months. Because there is a negligible evidence to show that yes, the hearing aid benefit when it is fitted less than 3 months of age. And also, there is a rapid change in the acoustical and physical properties of the ear canal, okay, which would change the prescribed requirement of the prescribed gain. Okay. As a result, it is ideal to go for hearing aid fitting at the age of 3 or beyond the 3 months of age. Okay. The challenges in fitting hearing aids at a young ages, we have very limited audiometric data. As we know, the audiometric data is essential for prescribing the gain and output. And also, after fitting the hearing aid, we do not get subjective feedback from the patient for fine tuning. Also, there is a physical difference in the ear anatomy which requires frequent patient-specific RDCD data to prescribe an adequate gain. Okay. Once again, the fitting steps remain the same. We have pre-fitting assessment, but only thing is the questionnaire should be administered to the parents here. But objective test, we do not get any objective feedback from the patient, so objective test may not be possible. Okay. But the selection, fitting, and verification steps can be same. But only thing the tools used would be different for pediatric population. In the pre-fitting assessment, as much as possible, obtaining a frequent specific behavioral threshold is very much essential in children. So it is ideal to use a tone burst ABR. Okay. If you use a click ABR, so we know that the click ABR often represents thresholds better in the high frequency region. So along with the click ABR, do a 500 Hz tone burst ABR and 4 Hz tone burst ABR to approximately derive the configuration of the hearing threshold. And ASR to some extent can be used, however the reliability of the estimated behavioral threshold is often questionable with ASR. But with improvisation in the stimulus, with nowadays the narrowband chips are being used to elicit ASR, so the accuracy with which the behavioral thresholds are predicted has improved. So, when it comes to transducer, whether headphone or insert earphone, often the insert earphones are preferred, and most of the devices use insert earphone for estimating the hearing threshold. Okay. Now moving on to the style of hearing aid, as we know that the most preferred style of hearing aid is BTE, but the receiver in the canal also can be preferred, but the receiver in the canal is a less preferred choice than the regular BTE hearing aid because of the exposure to moisture, heat, sediment, and sediment in the ear canal. Also, few years back, the receiver in the canal hearing aid did not have the facility to connect the wireless features. Okay, so we know that wireless features are the most important one for improving the signal to noise ratio hearing aid. Okay, when we look at the hierarchy for the techniques to improve speech perception noise, the wireless technologies comes on the top. Next, the direct microphones or the adaptive beamformers. Then only the digital noise suppression algorithms come. Okay. So a few years back, these RAC hearing aids did not have the wireless feature, so the regular BT hearing aids were the default choice. But still the regular BT hearing aids remain the default choice because of these moisture and sediment issues. However, on case-by-case basis, the RAC hearing aid can be prescribed. Next, as we know, the problem with the ear mold is because as the child grows, the ear canal configurations keep changing. So as a result, the ear mold also has to be changed. But to reduce the frequency of this ear canal change, it is preferred to go for a deep canal fitting. Okay. So the deep canal fitting has a variety of advantages. One is the occlusion effect. We know that when we speak, the temporomandibular joint moves, which is connected to the bony portion of the ear canal. As a result, what happens, the sound is introduced into the ear canal. But when the ear mold is placed, whatever sound is introduced in the ear canal do not get escaped. Once again, they are redirected to the ear. But by placing the ear mold till the bony portion of the ear canal, when we speak, the temporomandibular joint, though it is connected to the bony portion of the ear canal, by the position of the ear mold, the vibrations are dampened. So the occlusion effect is minimized and the enclosed volume is less, so the more SPL can be generated. Okay. So apart from reducing the frequency of change in the ear mold, the occlusion effect can be avoided and more SPL can be generated with lesser gain. So good for deep canal fitting would be ideal for the children. But it is going to be highly challenging in children due to the positioning of the outer bone. Okay. Another thing to remember in children is reverse horn effect. All of us know what is horn effect. Okay. So the ear hook is connected to the ear tube. So generally, if the diameter here is smaller than the diameter, that is, this diameter is the medial end of the ear mold. That is, this will be facing the ear canal. Okay, which is delivering the sound to the ear canal. If diameter is greater than this diameter, this is called as horn effect, which known to improve the high frequencies. But due to the anatomical limitations, what happens often, this diameter can be smaller than this diameter. So let's call this as outer diameter. So this outer diameter can be smaller than the inner diameter due to the ear mold size. So this may result in reduced high frequencies, which needs to be carefully observed. Okay, we should select a tube in such a way that the outer diameter and the inner diameter either same or the outer diameter is bigger than the inner diameter. Okay, so by if you select the tube with larger diameter, due to the ear mold size, it can be compressed and that may result in a reverse horn effect, which needs to be carefully observed and appropriate tube size needs to be selected. When it comes to the signal processing schemes and features, the expansion is not advised. Okay, the compression is the essential feature for almost all the hearing aids. Okay, because the audibility is intensity specific, so intensity specific gain is required to optimize the audibility across all the frequencies. And multi-frequency gain shaping, 4 to 7 bands. Okay, our studies have shown that up to 8 bands are adequate for speech intelligibility in quiet, but some studies have said that up to 16 bands are required for better speech understanding in the noise. Okay, and directional microphone is it is again situation specific. Some do not recommend directional microphones because the directional microphone may affect the incidental learning of language, but with advancements in technology, still directional microphones can be recommended for children. Noise suppression algorithms are not recommended for children. We'll see why it is. Frequency lowering devices. Often nowadays there is a question of whether to go for extended high frequency amplification. With now improvement in technology, improvement in receiver technology, many hearing aids do provide extended frequency amplification. It can go up to 10 floors or some hearing aids even beyond that. Okay. So earlier there was a problem of maximum power output of the high frequency. With improvement in the receiver technology, even the MPO can be given with the better MPO can be given at the extended high frequencies. But whether to go for extended high frequency amplification or I should think of frequency lowering, that is frequency transposition or frequency compression. Shifting the high frequencies to low frequency, or should I go for a conventional extended amplification? Okay. But this again, we need to take the decision based on case by case basis. Now currently go by the literature evidences, up to moderately severe degree of hearing loss, the individual may benefit from extended high frequency amplification. That is, providing the amplification even the high frequency can be beneficial for speech intelligibility. But beyond moderately severe degree of hearing loss, okay, when the degree of hearing loss exceeds 60 or 65, the benefit provided by extended high frequency amplification is not so great. So in those cases, activating the frequency lowering will be more beneficial. So far, based on the literature available, below moderate degree of hearing loss, extended frequency amplification can be considered. But once it exceeds moderately severe degree of hearing loss, the frequency lowering can be considered. And the feedback management is very essential because the feedback depends on the gain. More the gain, more the possibility of feedback. So the effective feedback management needs to be implemented in the hearing aid. Okay. So now, as you know, the expansion is giving lesser gain to very low level input. As the input increases, more and more gain is given. Basically, this is implemented to avoid the audibility of internal circuitry noise. But by providing a very less gain at very low level input, this may reduce the audibility of soft level speech component. Okay. So children, in case of adults, yes, the expansion can be activated because already they have learned the language. But children who have a prelingual deafness, deactivating the expansion could be more beneficial. Often by default the expansions are activated. So while programming, deactivating expansion would be beneficial so that even the soft components of speech can be made audible to the children. Okay. So as I said, a directional microphone, again situation specific. If the signals are picked up effectively from certain directions, the incidental learning, that is the speech spoken from other directions may be missed out. But with advancement in technology like adaptive directional microphone and like depending on the speech signal, the directionality is automatically shifted. And there is something called split directionality. The directionality implemented only in the low frequency, whereas the high frequency it is the only directional microphone. Such directional microphones are shown not to affect the speech language development in children. So, with advanced directional microphone technique, this directionality can be still activated, but it's not advisable to activate the fixed directional microphone in case of children. Reduction of noise, it uses a traditional method. Okay. If you closely observe the graph, when the noise was being presented, what happens is just the gain gets reduced. Okay. So I'll replay again. Okay. So in the previous slide, you see once the noise was being presented. Okay. Noise was being presented. Initially the output remains same, then gradually the output in the low frequencies reduced. So basically what this noise suppression algorithm has done is simply reduce the gain for low frequencies. Okay. So by reducing the gain at low frequencies, it would reduce the gain for speech in those frequencies as well as noise in those frequencies. This way, then the SNR is not being improved, simply an audibility being affected for noise as well as speech. Hence, the noise reduction algorithms are not recommended for children. But there are some advanced artificial intelligence method which has been used for suppressing the noise, that is improving the SNR. Even them has not shown a great SNR enhancement. There is one commercially available hearing aid which has got an onboard DNN based algorithm. Our study, which is currently being considered for publication, has shown maximum of 6 dB SNR enhancement, not beyond. Now moving on to the fitting and verification. Once again, we would recommend use real ear measurement, but measuring the real ear responses for a prolonged period of time. That is, adjust the gain, remeasure, change the hearing aid, remeasure may not be possible in case of children. In those cases, we can use real ear to coupler difference. That is, instead of measuring the gain in the hearing aid, in the real ear, we will be measuring the gain in the coupler. Okay. But the coupler response has to be transformed into a real ear data, for which the real ear to coupler difference is required. So basically, what is real ear to coupler difference is? It's the difference in dBSPR across the frequencies between the coupler and the real ear. That is, we place the probe microphone once in the real ear, give a signal and estimate the sound pressure level in the real ear. Then give the same signal to a coupler, once again measure the SPL. So we have a real ear SPL and the coupler SPL. The difference between these two will tell us the real ear to coupler difference. Okay. Now, this real ear to coupler difference tells you how much of the sound pressure level difference is present between the real ear and the coupler for a same input signal. So then, it can be used as a correction factor for converting the coupler SPL into a real ear SPL. So this is what I said. So the RECD can be used to convert the gain measured in the coupler to a real ear gain. So first you measure the real ear aided SPL in the coupler. Then assume that if the measured RECD is 10 dB, then add the 10 dB to the coupler SPL and that becomes the real ear SPL. So this way, the real ear insertion gain can be measured in the coupler and converted to real ear data. Okay. So now fitting the hearing using RECD is generally the real ear aided gain is nothing but the coupler gain plus real ear to coupler difference. So first you derive the individualized coupler gain and then adjust the hearing aid gain till it matches the real ear aided gain derived based on the real ear to coupler difference. Okay. So this would tell only about the verification of hearing aid, but we need to see, yes, the audibility has been provided to the individual, but how is the speech language perception? How is the speech perception? That has to be measured only by following the child's speech language development. Okay, so we need to regularly we have to provide a auditory verbal therapy, and the child has to be monitored for the speech language development periodically. We need to measure the speech language skills either using a standardized test, or there are some questionnaires available such as speech. Okay, such questionnaire can be used to assess the speech language development in children. Okay. So with this, I conclude my presentation. If there are any questions, we can take it up now.
Dear delegates, if you have any questions, please put it in the WhatsApp group.
I would like to invite Dr. R. Sundaresan to felicitate Dr. Pradeep Yuvraj.
Prayer. Almighty Lord, we praise you and express our gratitude towards you for this propitious day. We thank you, Lord, for your graceful presence. We especially pray for you for being with us and guiding us all these days and helping us in extending our thoughts and knowledge and enriching it. We especially pray for all the speakers who share their knowledge. Lord, as you bless their coming, do bless their departure. We extend our gratitude for helping us in all the activities that we have done to exhibit this iconic event a successful one. All this we ask in the precious name of our Lord Jesus Christ. Amen.
small cheer and great welcome makes a merry feast. I request Sister Vincy, Organizing Secretary, to welcome the gathering.
I will praise the name of God with a song, and I will magnify Him with thanksgiving. Psalm 69:30. A very pleasant evening to one and all gathered here. A warm welcome to the valedictory function of the 7th series, FlaSH on Clinical Audiology in a Nutshell, Tackling Challenges and Beyond. Transformation happens when we stand before God. I invoke God's presence to this valedictory ceremony. I extend a gracious welcome to our dynamic principal, Reverend Dr. Sister Isabella Rajakumari, who encourages and guides us in the right pathway and help us to succeed in all our endeavors. We welcome you, dear sister. The mediocre teacher tells, the good teacher explains, the better teacher demonstrates, and the best teacher inspires. We have such great teacher, Dr. K. Rajalakshmi, as our chief guest. We welcome you, ma'am. A leader is best when people barely know he exists, when his work is done and his aim is fulfilled, and that leader would say, we did it. The team of FlaSH Series 7 is led by such a leader, that is our organizing chairperson, Dr. Sundaresan, who always cares and sets greater goals for us to excel. A grateful welcome you, sir. I take this opportunity to gratefully thank and welcome all the eminent speakers of HCC FlaSH Series 7 who are all present here. A cheerful welcome to all professional and student delegates from several places. Your presence has brought an energetic ambience throughout this conference. A companionable welcome to all my dear colleagues and my students of HCC. As the organizing secretary of 7th series of FlaSH on Clinical Audiology in a Nutshell, Tackling Challenges and Beyond, I take immense pleasure in welcoming each one of you gathered here to the valedictory function. Thank you.
Now,
Dr. Prashant Prabhu from All India Association of Music. Dr. Satya, Assistant Professor from Srihar. Dr. Rajnabar, AVMC. Dr. Anantan from NIMS, Kalyanamari.
next, we would like to call upon the activity winners. On the day 1, we had a group activity. So, the student delegates from group. Next, we have second prize goes to Pavya Sheryl. Third place goes to Reshma Nair. Next, we the participants were Mr. Nare, Ms. Pravina, Ms. Akshaya, Ms. Kavinaravi, Ms. Yuvashi, Mr. Kamalakanan, Mr. Kalayarasan, Ms. Olia, Ms. Priscilla, Ms. Harina, Ms. Uma, Ms. Kodishwari, Ms. Surata, Ms. Geeta, Ms. Sarada, Ms. Anna. Third prize, Mr. Prashant Prabhu. Goes to Miss Sarada. Next, we have the winners for the group activity. The group 11 has won. So the prize winners are Harshini, Subhashini, Kvini, Varunisha, Anukirtana, Neha, Jessie, Kamalya Sharan, Pavitra, We would like to call professional delegates group B. All the members kindly assemble. Next, we have the professional group B. The next prize goes to the best interactive delegate, and the prize goes to Ms. Sarika from AWH College, Kozhikode.
In Puducherry, Vimal Raj, Dinesh Murthy, Dandel, Prasna Bhatt, MC John from Vinayaga Mission University. Oral third prize under the academics category. Hey, kindly give a clap by everybody giving a prize. Academics JRF, audiological awareness, perception and challenges in implementing automated current audiometry compared to manual audiometry. Khatija Begum, TR Monisha and Sister PC. TR Monisha. Second prize under academician JRF. The pattern of anti-compensatory against the suppression of impulse tests can differentiate vestibular migrant from healthy individual. Aditya Srinath, Aishwarya Nagarajan, Sujit Kumar Singha, All India Interest Pictionary, Mysore. Academy JRF, binaural interaction component in children at risk of synergic content level. Academician JRF, a cross-sectional comparative study on temporal processing abilities in individuals with and without mind cognitive impairment. Bhubaneswari K. Sam, Vinci, Oliver College. The first place, the most awaited, the first place in oral presentation goes to assessment of vestibular mesenteric reflex pathway in the individual with autism neuropathy. Kalayan from All India Interest Pictionary, Mysore. Trying to do a big clap for it. Poster winners. Third prize, tie between two people. Third year BASLB category. Collating age-related auditory processing abilities and rural and urban model. Ashwika, Purvasha, Anukita, Sam, Anita Patia. And then third year BASLB, thalassemia second place under third BSLP category, negative blood group on auditory brain response finding. Third BSLP category, effect of age of diagnosed performance in binaural integration abilities. Negative blood group is a collaborative paper between Holy Cross College and Aish Mysore. Effect of age and diagonal changes. Bhuneshwari ma'am, Nuha, Kamalakan sir, Prasanth sir. The first place under third BSLP category goes to exploring the audiological science and diagnosis of vascular tinnitus to Sri Ramachandra Medical College. Prabhakar Krishnamurthy, Arista Malik, Mahendra Kumar, Dr. Harini Vasu, Sri Ramachandra Faculty of Audiology and Speech Language Therapy here. Under the Indian students category, third prize goes to hearing loss and alcohol consumption, a view of correlation, South Indian concept. Pachayappan, Ramya Shri, Professor Ranjit, Stephen Michael from Merck Institute of Speech and Hearing. Audiological findings in predicted early stages of ALS. The Kishore Kumar, Deepika Jayacharan, once again the Merck Institute of Speech and Hearing. Second prize, test reliability test of tinnitus meter Tamil version to Merck Institute of Speech and Hearing, Elin Shivani, and to an adhesive whole conduction system, add here a new treatment option for conductive hearing loss. To Daniel of Marfish. Please come. The first place under internship category goes to effectiveness of sound therapy for individuals with tinnitus and hyperacusis to Sai Priya of Merck Institute of Speech and Hearing. Mr. Dulvi and Kumaran poster presentation under third BSLP category. Under postgraduates, third place goes to audiological profile in metachromatic minus disease post laboratory in quality of life. Sneha Kannan, SRM Institute of Science and Technology. Audiological outcome of individual in meningioma in intra-auditory canal, a rare case study to Murugan Kristlin Sona of SRM Institute of Technology. Enhancing the speech and language outcomes in children with cochlear implants. Shivaranjani, Merck Institute of Speech and Hearing. If she is not there, somebody test take it. Unusual symptoms of mixed hearing loss in patients with elongated to Arulmozhi, Vinayaka Mission University. Anjana Arun, Ganesh. Impact of screen time on perceived balance dysfunction, Sheetal Nayak and Satish Kumar, Narendra Kumar of Sri Ramchandra Institute of Faculty of Audiology. Under PT category, the first place goes to multi-dimensional approach of differential diagnosis and intervention of central auditory processing disorders. Yusrin Sona, Gomati, Pravina J of SRM. Courses section under academics and JRF. Psychological and audiological order of tinnitus and tinnitus management to Adikala Mary Shamala, Pushpa Sarana and Regina Mary. Academicians and JRF poster profiling of auditory findings and speech and characters in Rogers syndrome, Sam Mr. Vinci and Jonathan. Academician JRF posters. The first place the tie. A comprehensive look of rational contribute pattern in school age children. All India Institute of Speech and Hearing, Kamalakandan sir. With audiological profile in unilateral ANSD with hearing loss and contrast and ear with Prashant representative. Practicing professions, we want to make them to come and present papers. Under that, third prize goes to practicing professionals category, providing awareness and attitude among Gen Z towards personal listening device. Akshaya, Anita Phobia, Sujita R. Goes to massive weapon individuals with archived severe profound sensory illness. Anitwan Sarkar, Sujit Kumar Singla, All India An experimental study on effect of mosquito repellents on hearing levels in young J. Bristol Cheslin. Practicing professionals, kindly give a big clap. Adaptation of parental reported quality of life questionnaire for children using concurrent plan in Tamil. V.S. Shweta and M. Narendra Kumar. One award is yet to collect for Merck. Please come and collect somebody from Merck. Pachayappan, Ramya Shri and Professor Ranjit, Joshua and Daniel on poster presentation. Merck students. College-wise awards are there. So when we name the college, kindly all the students come and take a group pic and you can go. The first college is SRM Institute of Technology, Science and Technology, Katangalattur. All the students please come to stage. Next is SRMC, be ready. SRM please come first. please come to stage fast. The next institution is Sri Ramachandra Institute of Faculty of Audiology and Speech and Pathology. Please come to stage with your faculties. Medical College and Hospital, be ready. Followed with DIPMET, Chennai. AVMC Chennai, Arubade video. After Murph Institute of Speech Engineering, it is Nurul Islam Center for Higher Education, Kanyakumari. He has linked our clinic as our outreach center. Karur is our approved outreach center for our telehealth services. So we like to honor Mr. Vijay from Karur Speech and Hearing Center. Mary Shamala. We like to honor her, the first entrepreneur started our own clinic, the first batch student of our institution. Without the equipment, we cannot provide more inputs. So we like to call upon Mr. Mutaya from Additivo. From Medilife Technologies and Mr. Ilango from Axina Medical Instruments. The most important thing is to hear the feedback from you guys so that we can plan the next FlaSH in much more better way. So our principal and our management like to hear the feedback from you. So we like to ask the professionals and the students to give you valuable feedbacks. We didn't ask any Viva question. Fresh now. Sorry.
So, good evening. This is Dr. Pragya from Audiology Medical College. And this was my first time attending the conference here, and it was wonderfully organized. I want to say that selected, I think we were very apt. All the resource persons were very well knowledgeable, and they gave us a very good effort in terms of explaining the concept. So I think our students benefited a lot. So I once again thank you, sir, for all this wonderful effort.
ஒரே விஷயம் தமிழ் சொல்லணும்னா நம்ம எக்ஸாம் பேப்பர் எழுதுவோம்ல, ப்ளூ கலர் பென், ரெட் கலர் பென், பிளாக் கலர் பென் நிறைய எழுதுவோம். ஸோ இப்போ எல்லாமே ப்ளூ கலர் பென்னில் இருக்கும், பிளாக் கலர் பென் அந்த ஸ்டேஜ். ஸோ கொஞ்சம் கொஞ்சமாக நம்ம ப்ரொஃபஷனல் க்ரோத் ஆக ஆக வில் பி there and will be giving awards to the students. That is our future. So நம்மளோட ரோல் அந்த மாதிரி வைப்போம். அந்த ரோலை செட் பண்ணுறதுக்கான கிரேட் பிளாட்ஃபார்ம் கொடுக்குறோம்னா FlaSH. ஸோ ஃபஸ்ட்டு FlaSH கான்ஃபரன்ஸ்லேருந்து 7th FlaSH கான்ஃபரன்ஸ் வந்திருக்கோம். Starting from Sundaresan sir, it was smiling face. Like start பண்ணுறது ஒவ்வொரு நானும் டீச்சிங் ஃபேக்கல்டிஸ் எனக்கு நேம் தெரியல அப்படின்னாலும் நம்ம ரெகக்னைஸ் பண்ணி each and everything sir, everything is okay for you, or you need something, teaching faculty, clinical faculty, faculty staff எல்லாருக்குமே ஒரு பெரிய தேங்க்ஸ். அண்ட் தென் நீங்கள் இதை கண்டினியூ பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கணும். And one more thing, HCC college students at first பசங்க எல்லாருமே ரொம்ப என்ஜாய் இருக்காங்க, ரொம்ப வைப்பாக இருக்காங்க. லைக் ஹோல் டிபார்ட்மெண்ட்டையும் தூக்கி இருக்கிறது அவங்க கையில் இருக்கு. ஸோ தீஸ் பீப்பிள் ஆர் கிளாஸ் 7 போட்டுருக்காங்க ரோமன் நம்பர். ஸோ ரோமன் நம்பர் காலி ஆகிற வரைக்கும் அந்த சீரீஸ் கண்டினியூ ஆகிட்டே இருக்கணும், நாங்கள் வந்துகிட்டே இருக்கணும். ஸோ அசோசியேஷன் ஆஸ் வெல் அஸ் resource persons, those who came here like for these past 3 days, எல்லாருமே those people are our teachers, and then we were all very proud like அவங்க முன்னாடி ப்ரெசென்ட் பண்ணுறதுக்கு. ஸோ தேங்க்ஸ் ஃபார் திஸ் கிரேட் ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டி ஃப்ரம் திஸ் ஆர்கனைசர்.
Thank you. Certainly, we continue.
I would especially like to thank the organizing committee, and especially Sundaresan for hospitality rendered to us throughout this day. And the topics were covered all the topics, and we can focus on all the topics. Thank you very much for the organizing committee.
Thank you, ma'am. Students, we like to hear from you. Please come forward. From the day one, we have taken feedbacks and we have reframed the FlaSH ideologies of teaching. Can you open? MERF, SRM, SRMC.
The topics that were selected were from basic to advanced. So we were able to read the topics. The program was well structured, and most standalone thing for this conference was the amazing hospitality that we received, and the kind of love that we showered upon us, especially the faculties, the organizing staffs. We are very indebted to you regarding everything.
Thank you, thank you. Professionals.
Lizzie from MERF. So, this is our first Holy Cross conference. This is our base learn and as well as represent staff, senior post presentations represent boldness, learning stage. So, this is a interesting topic of conference எங்களை மோட்டிவேட் பண்ணி நீங்களும் இனிமேல் நிறைய ஒர்க் ஷாப் வச்சு ஸோ நிறைய டாஸ்க்லாம் வச்சுருந்தீங்க நடுவில் ஸோ அதெல்லாமே இன்ட்ரெஸ்டிங்காக இருந்துச்சு ஸோ கீப் இட் அப் அண்ட் மேக் அஸ் ஆல்சோ லேர்ன் மோர் திங்ஸ் தேங்க்யூ
I'm not sharing this as the chief guest, as a resource person and as a participant in the FlaSH. Though I was associated with the college for almost more than 10-12 years, I did not attend any FlaSH, but this is the first time that I attended, and there are so many hours for that. And one is the organization committee, and they have worked out very meticulously, and even transport, accommodation, and all the activities to keep the participants active and live. That was very good. The quizzes, I think most of the staff, we were sitting and doing, me, Pradeep, Prashant, Pragna, all of us, we were also trying to beat the speed of the youngsters. That was very nice, and the best and the topmost is the hospitality. We never said we had good served by the caterer. It was like the home, and all the students, girls, they were serving, and we felt at home very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah.
So one thing I want to mention is that I really felt the thing that fascinated me the most is irrespective of whether you're a student or a staff, everybody was getting involved in everything equally. Like that really got me fascinated. So I really appreciate everybody from this college. You have done a really wonderful job in organizing this conference.
Thank you for all your valuable feedback.
I did the same thing, so myself Shivranjini, good evening one and all here. I have attended many conferences so far, but I have never felt this kind of hospitality. And this was the first visit to Holy Cross from my end. But even though the rapport between the students and faculties is very, very strong here. And one more thing, it is not a single day achieved. I know you have very hard to conducted in a structured manner. I thank each and every one who worked very hard from the Holy Cross, the entire team on the crew, the students, the staff, the hospitality, body of children will ever
We wish many more to be conducted in the same way, and we hope you all enjoy your programs and conferences further. Thank you so much, one and all here. Thank you.
Ourselves from SR Medical College. This is our first conference here. We just loved, from the first day till now, we just loved everything. The hospitality was the one major thing where everyone says, and from ourselves also we are telling, all the students and all the faculty members are with your best, given all your best for the best hospitality. And we have also got exposed to so many other college students. This first conference for us here. We are all PG students and this is our first conference. We just enjoyed it and we also come to learn so many things from very knowledgeable persons here. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for all your feedbacks. The hospitality and all the things, this because of our principal also, because she meticulously asked each and everything, and I think she requires a standing ovation, and she always asks everything to us, and what is being planned, starting from inauguration to graduation. Principal sister has come to our program in all the events. I sincerely thank because of all the professionals. Thank you, sister. Thank you, delegate.
Thank you very much for all your positive feedback. And really, when I assumed the office in month of June, it's 6 months over. 5 months over since. When he came to me for national conference for 3 days, I just had fear within me. How to accommodate all these delegates, student delegates especially. The chief resource persons, of course, they are a little bit matured enough. But what about the student delegates to accommodate in our institution? Because this institution started in 1923, 100 years since this building is over. So if we built the college recently, we would have well structured and well furniture like that way. Since it began, this building is now 100 years old since. So therefore, I was just a bit worried what to do, how to accommodate them in a comfortable way. But really hats up to the head of the department, Dr. Sundaresan, and the faculty members and all the students of the Audiology department. Really, like any other arts and science students, they come here at 8:30 and then to go back after 1:30. But whereas the Department of Audiology functions except Sunday, all the 6 days. 9 to 4:30, even 7:30, they used to sit in the library and take notes. I was really edified by the sincerity and the focused sense of learning. So that's what. Apart from that, whenever we ask you to go to the villages for screening to the government school students and the tribals, and you are all ever ready to put up all the difficulties, risk taking and all that. Never, so far I did not receive any complaints or such, but they were all appreciating you. So the service extended to the society also remarkable one. So I really appreciate the hospitality of the students, staff and the head of the department, because head of the department is the conscience of the department. So if the head is correct and held high, then everything will fall on that tracks. That's what. And these 3 days, I was in my office, but I was praying for you all, and I just wondered. Even yesterday evening program, we have got this Christmas season. We used to have carols and other things, but this is yesterday also you behaved well without much noise or commotions and other. So I was feeling sad. If it is somewhere else throughout, little more time they would have extra till 10 o'clock, they would have enjoyed. But here in the convent setup, and it is we have restricted limited the time also, but you were you are putting up all the difficulties, certain inconveniences of our campus, and thank you very much, and come again, welcome again to our campus, and I really appreciate the speakers, resource persons, active persons for all the topics, and throughout 3 days they were here. I don't know how, but still they were with us, and their contribution is remarkable. So in the presence of you, I would like to honor the head of the department, Dr. Sundaresan.
Thank you for this. I'm not getting words. Thanks a lot. Thank you, students. Thank you, delegates. Without a team, we cannot succeed. We want to promote Holy Cross College in a greater way. When I joined my office here, I was just a visiting faculty in many institutions, and then when this is my hometown, I landed. The department was given. We want to build the department and in a greater ways. So. Thanks a lot on trusting us and giving, and I am the only male HOD in this whole institution. Without the help of my fellow professionals, it would have not been possible. When we got para, the first FlaSH, Dr. Sandeep and Dr. Pradeep came here. They backed me in all the things, even for our students going out for the masters, PGs, jobs. There are a lot of professionals. They take it as work because our institution is the only female institution in our country offering education for audiology is only Holy Cross College. We have lot of scholarship benefits for our own students.